a long time, for like 3-4 years. Honestly, I was just looking at it like we literally had Ash Wednesdays or something like freaking 4 years ago. It's crazy to think how much time has passed. Anyway, welcome, ladies and gentlemen. D, take it away, buddy. Tell people who can and cannot be here.
What's going on, everybody? This show is for educational and entertainment purposes only. You have to be 21 and over to be here. If not, you have to get the flying flock out of here. Peace.
Indeed, we'll see how many people we actually have viewing tonight. Gosh, what a interesting situation. Anyway, tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be talking with Romulan Genetics for episode 1, officially episode 1 of High Noon Safety Meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, I had to think for a second because I'm getting texts. I don't think anyone's in the chat yet. So, all right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll see if anybody actually watches this goddamn show. Thank you very much for the trolls. I think actually this time it might have been Lars who actually reported the show. He was in Flora's channel being a complete fucktard. And I basically had to silence him because he was being a real fucktard. He was basically just trying to distract everybody from the real discussion, which was honestly with the guest. It was a really good guest, jinx proof. Nobody gives a shit about fucking Lars. So I bet you anything that Lars was butthurt and basically reported my channel, and now I have a strike, so I can't do anything. I can't even ironically say anything on my channel. So there's going to be a bunch of people wondering, like, oh, I wonder what happened to Fumador. I literally am not allowed to say a goddamn thing on the channel. I'm not allowed to even post a community report, nothing, not allowed to do a goddamn thing. So the audience just has to wonder what happened. Fuck you very much, whoever reported it. I hope you basically have... yeah, I hope you have your life, pretty much. I hope you have the life that you have, honestly. I hope you enjoy it. I hope you really enjoy that life. And I hope it really means something to you. The rest of us, ladies and gentlemen, are going to move on. It's really frustrating. I shouldn't take this stuff too personally. I have to realize that, honestly, a lot of these fucktards are just fucktards. They would be fucktards to anybody. If it wasn't me, it would be somebody else. If they were busy on a Tuesday and if I wasn't here, they'd be a fucktard to somebody else. So I have to honestly realize... We'll just find a new way to get around it. Yeah, we'll just find new ways to get around these fucktards. Honestly, we will find every single possible way to. Cheers, Brent. Good to see you. We'll find every possible way to freaking make sure that we don't break the rules because those fucktards honestly find any possible way to report us. The other day they reported us and took D's takeover down. It doesn't exist anymore. It was deleted basically from the entire internet. I can't even find the section of the video that was problematic because they deleted the entire video. So I've what's the word I'm looking for? I've appealed, whatever, but you know, it's freaking YouTube, so we'll see if they actually do anything about it. But what was I going to say? Yeah, they were saying that we're basically selling drugs on the show. So once again, Lars, I hope you sit and spin. I hope you have the life that you have. I hope you really enjoy the life you have. Really, seriously, living in your basement, in your mom's basement. I hope you enjoy that life. And all the other guys that report my channel, because I'm sure the guys that report my channel are actually, ironically, going to watch this show. So enjoy your life. I don't wish you anything other than what you already have. I really don't. I don't wish you anything good or bad. I just wish you what your life already is. Fuck you very much. But in the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, the rest of the show from now on is going to be positive. Hey, cheers. Look at that. Eagle Gardens. Nice to see you, my friend. Eagle Gardens in the chat. Cheers, Brent Anderson. Guys. Two guys. Well, at least Eagle Gardens has actually had to deal with trolls too. So I shouldn't be such a fucking martyr about it, but it does get me a little bit fired up. I have to be honest. Just the fucking douchebaggery of it. All the channels on YouTube, except for Eagles. Eagles gets fucked with all the time. So many channels on YouTube that don't get fucked with, but ours get fucked with. Okay. Well, anyway, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna move on here. What was I gonna say? We need to make sure that this channel does not get reported. So please remember, ladies and gentlemen, everything we talk about here on this show is hemp only. We don't encourage or basically advise or even condone any kind of illegal cannabis growing or any kind of illegal cannabis use. Ladies and gentlemen, we only encourage legal cannabis use, specifically hemp use. Hemp is legal in the United States as of 2018. The Farm Bill, basically of 2018, legalized industrial and other hemps. There have since then been quite a few different instances, laws passed, other farm bills passed, where they've clarified even edibles are allowed now. Ladies and gentlemen, long story short, hemp is completely and totally legal in the United States. In many cases, cannabis is totally legal as well. THC cannabis is perfectly legal. I bought some THC cannabis this evening at a store with actual money. I walked in, paid money, paid American money, and walked out. There were no police involved. It was completely and totally legal. Please remember, ladies and gentlemen, that cannabis is legal where I am, but most importantly, we are talking about hemp on this show. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, Charlie's Farm. Welcome, I'm Matic. Cheers, guys. Cheers, Dang 420. I'm actually happy that a few people are watching. Thank you, my friends. Let's see here. Let's do the whole disclaimers and stuff so we don't get butt banned or whatever right away. Because, like I said, ironically, I bet you of all the people that are going to watch, I bet you the frickin' trolls will. Isn't that kind of sad? Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, like I said, I wish them the exact life they already have. Ladies and gentlemen, though, what we are going to tell you to do is that we do not, under any circumstances, talk about extremely dangerous challenges. Challenges that pose an imminent risk of physical injury are never shown in this show. Dangerous or threatening pranks are also not discussed. Pranks that lead victims to fear imminent, serious physical danger or that create serious emotional distress in minors. We never discuss any of those kinds of things on the show. We don't discuss instructions to kill or harm. What's that, Dee? Oh, sorry. For the moment, Dee, let me, without any kind of jokes or commentary, let me just kind of make this serious so that just in case we do get trolled to oblivion, if I appeal the case, they know that we were taking the disclaimers absolutely seriously because we take it seriously on this channel. Hard drug use or its creation is never, let me finish the instructions to kill or harm. So we never discuss bombs. We never discuss any kind of, for example, giving instructions to build a bomb meant to injure or kill others. We never talk about violence of any kind on this show, ladies and gentlemen. We certainly don't condone it. Hard drug use or its creation, content that depicts abuse of or giving instructions on how to create hard drugs, such as cocaine or opioids. Hard drugs are defined as drugs that can mostly lead to physical addiction. I add the proviso that we occasionally have guests on the show that might talk about either fictionalized or even honestly real events from their distant past. Please assume, first of all, that those are fictionalized accounts. But also, if they're not fictionalized, please assume that those are cautionary tales and that we are not in any way condoning the behavior of those people, even if they're our friends from their past. I'm sure they're not condoning their past either. Once again, to clarify it, ladies and gentlemen, perhaps this has been a point of contention. I know that, for example, the guy that I was talking about was trolling about seeds and stuff in Flora's show, really just trying to make it about him. Ladies and gentlemen, cannabis seeds are legal in the United States. That's been clarified a number of times. It's been clarified in the hemp bill of 2018. It's been clarified by the DEA in a number of decisions they've made. And it's been clarified even by a number of judges who actually said that cannabis seeds are basically devoid of THC, essentially. They have less than 0.3% THC. Some cannabis seeds, I think, even comply with the even more strict hemp standards that are 0.03. Anyway, regardless, it doesn't really matter. They don't have any THC on them, ladies and gentlemen. They're cannabis seeds. They absolutely are completely and totally legal under the hemp bill. If you would like to buy cannabis seeds from me or anybody else, it is legal to do so in the United States. Please remember, it is not illegal to talk about it. It is not illegal to sell these things, and we are not under any circumstances, in any way, and under any circumstances at all, selling flower. We are not selling concentrates. We are not selling edibles. We are not selling any kind of cannabis products whatsoever that have any THC in them in any way whatsoever. I am, however, indirectly, because of course this show is different, selling cannabis seeds that are hemp on my website, ladies and gentlemen. That is perfectly legal. So I wanted to clarify that extra special since this is the first episode in a long time. Instructional theft or cheating is not shown, ladies and gentlemen. Showing viewers how to steal tangible goods or promoting dishonest behavior is never discussed on this show. We never hack. We never discuss hacking. Demonstrating how to use computers or information technology with the intent to steal credentials, compromise personal data, or cause serious harm to others, such as, but not limited to, hacking into social media accounts is never discussed in this show. Bypassing payment for digital content or services is also never shown. Showing viewers how to use apps, websites, or other information technology to gain unauthorized access to audio content, audiovisual content, full video games, software, or streaming services that normally requires payment is never discussed or even contemplated on this show. I would like to remind everyone, ladies and gentlemen, this show is completely and totally above board. We do not do anything illegal on this show. Where D is, it is federally and completely, perfectly legal to talk about cannabis. It's so legal in Canada, they can mail it to each other, ladies and gentlemen. It's not quite that legal here, but it is legal in almost all of the states. There are a few states that still have no programs, either medical or recreational or any kind of other cannabis programs, but most of the United States at this point does have either recreational or even recreational and medical cannabis.
Shout out.
West coast of the U.S. has the entire West Coast and pretty much the entire East Coast, ladies and gentlemen, has recreational and medical cannabis. Please, any of you who are living in some place where it's not legal and as a result you think it's okay to report my channel, please remember that it is not illegal where I am. If you are currently reviewing this, if you're basically a YouTube employee that is reviewing the inevitable reports from the trolls on this show. Please remember that the cannabis that we discuss on this show is completely and totally legal. We are not in any way encouraging any kind of illegal behavior, and it is absolutely fucking bullying that I have to basically deal with this every single time. I would honestly hope, YouTube, that you would consider the incessant amount of bullying that YouTube creators have to deal with. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move on. I actually lied to you a little bit. I said, oh, we're going to be positive, and then that was a little bit negative. Anyway, my apologies, ladies and gentlemen.
Shout out.
Thank you very much for, what's that, Smash?
Shout out Minnesota for passing legalization.
I don't think
Texas.
they've actually passed it yet. We were just talking about it the other day. They passed it in their House or Senate, and now it has to go to the other House of Congress. But apparently it's going to happen. Or did it already? Did it already go to the other House?
I don't know. I think it did.
Oh, I don't know about that. I think they said it was going to be a few months. I hope it did, but I don't think it did. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys are from Minnesota, please let us know.
And also,
go ahead.
Texas brought it up. It was the first time ever in Congress Texas has brought legalization up recently.
Freaking Texas! What an absolute strange state. They call it the definition of a purple state. Super right wing, but also lots of left wing people. So like, it's just a strange state. It's hard to wrap your head around. Anyway, everyone I've ever met from Texas is super proud of being from Texas, though. It's kind of funny, even when they move away from Texas. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. Thank you very much for hanging. It actually makes me very happy that some of you guys are watching the show. I was worried that maybe nobody would watch the show. Please do remember, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys are watching tomorrow, I don't know if all of you guys are going to be available, but please join us tomorrow for episode 1, the official episode 1. The last one was episode 0.5, we called it. Episode 1, ladies and gentlemen, of High Noon Safety Meeting with Romulan Genetics, good friend of the show at this point, by the way. He's already been on the show like maybe 3 or 4 or 5 times already. Super cool guy, ladies and gentlemen. Great genetics. Please come and check out Romulan Genetics. He's just released a couple new strains, as well as I think a lot of the breeders that I have on here have released some new stuff. So please do come check us out.
And
it's
he's
going to
got
be on the
amazing
channel,
photos.
ladies and gentlemen. What's that, Smash?
And he's got amazing photos.
Okay, killer photos. Yeah, killer photos. One of the best, if not really, one of the very best breeder photographer. I was going to say the best, but then I thought, fuck, Schwale is really good. But one of the absolute best breeder photographers. I really like the way he shoots. I really like the way he... first of all, I like the way he grows. You know, like you can't really shoot. This is something people never really wrap their head around. They're always giving me shit, or at least they used to kind of. They're like, oh, you use Photoshop and stuff, don't you? It's like people always try to, in cannabis, they just always try to fucking pull people down. It's this crab pot thing. You cannot take good pictures of cannabis if it doesn't already look fucking great. So basically, it's just like it's like a model. You can't really take a great picture of a model unless she or he looks good. You know, I mean, you can put makeup and stuff, I guess, on a model, so that's kind of cheating. You can't really put makeup on cannabis, right? At least you can't now. I don't know of any makeup for cannabis. Wouldn't that be fun? One of these days, like one of the freaking, I don't know, one of the shitty, I guess I shouldn't say any names, but one of the shitty cannabis companies, they can fucking use cannabis makeup. Anyway. Romulan Genetics obviously grows exceptionally well because his photos are exceptionally done. So he's obviously an exceptional photographer and grower, both. I think not a lot of people give people like that credit. Go ahead, Smash.
I forgot.
Oh, sorry, bud. So ladies and gentlemen, I guess I'll post a link here since we're not doing. Oh shit! But I did drop my joint. Hold on a second. D, go for it, buddy. Oh, I guess Smash is showing it. Go for it, my friend.
Oh, just showed Romulan stuff.
Right on. Yeah, gorgeous photos. Oh, I haven't even seen those. I like the mirrored photos there. Nice. Yeah, that's cool.
See, I like the little videos he does.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, he does some good stuff.
Yeah, cool guy. And not like so many people in cannabis, honestly. The more I learn, the more I know of them. Not a bullshit artist. You know, there's so many people who are fucking bullshit artists. Not one of those. Chat is disconnected. Okay, so hopefully no shenanigans yet, ladies and gentlemen. If you guys lose contact or something, just let us know. Anyway, I'm going to post the link here, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys would like to join us. So the High Noon Safety Meeting, I have not decided what I'm going to do about the panels. We'll see. We'll play it by ear. We might do a little bit more selective panel where it's more like, you know, regulars only. We'll see how it goes, ladies and gentlemen. If you guys would like to kind of apply to sort of join us every Wednesday, I'm going to try to have a cool guest basically every Wednesday. I think it's going to be a little bit easier, honestly, to find people. Kind of, I thought it would be hard, but actually, apparently, it's not that hard in the middle of the day. I guess, maybe it's just that because it's 1 hour, it's like an easy kind of thing to swallow. Maybe that's what it is. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, I hope that High Noon Safety out. Nice, D. And I hope you guys will join us for a variety of cool guests. There we go. Boom. But in the meantime, like I said, if you guys have any ideas for High Noon Safety Meeting, ideas for guests too, by the way, ideas for questions, activities, whatever, because I don't want it to just be an interview show. I'd kind of like it to be like a daytime safety meeting, basically, daytime sesh pretty much to check what condition your condition is in, ladies and gentlemen, and then get back to work and do it to it, ladies and gentlemen. Neurosis and Psychosis is a BS artist, right on. Exactly right, D. Absolutely right. That's that. Well, honestly, that was one of the reasons to do the Wednesday show, frankly. He's saying Mila, and absolutely right. Anyway, good idea, though. Ladies and gentlemen, let's see here. Oh, I should probably pin that. Okay, there we go. I already pinned it. Cheers, Dank was kind. Cheers, martial artist. Good to see everybody. Good to see Ryan Krakowski in the chat. Cheers, buddy. Ryan Krakowski is saying, there is both the House and the Senate passed. Congratulations. Okay, so it's good that we actually have people who know what they're talking about. Ryan Krakowski still. You were right. There's still a special interest group or something that needs to approve it, and then the governor needs to sign it. But the governor already said he will sign it. Either way, it won't be active law for a bit, either July 1st or August 1st. I mean, still, that's incredible. Instead of 5 years or something, that's like this year. That's amazing. You might even. Well, they'll probably end up basically making it so you can't grow outside. Well, who knows? Maybe you'll be able to grow outside. But in the meantime, you can grow outside. You can grow indoors now. I mean, shit. Thank goodness for small favors. Don't, in my opinion, don't complain when you get to grow. When you don't have to worry about getting arrested or having your dog killed by the cops or something, that's a good day. Cheers, Charlie's Farm. Good to see you, buddy. Cheers, Bud Kilowatt in the house. Who else in here? I Gruesome hanging. Cheers, buddy. I am Medics in the chat. Welcome, everybody. Mr. Craigie. Welcome, everyone. Crime More Grows in the house. Look at that. We actually have a few people. My friends, subscribe if you could, because as you can see, there's like 20 subscribers on this channel. Please tell your friends too, because otherwise it's going to be a hard thing to convince some guests to come on the show. Bet you anything that basically as soon as I get to stream next week, I bet you anything I'm going to get fucking dinged again. We're going to have to be super, super careful. We're going to have to keep our nose clean because it's just clear at this point the fucking trolls are never going to go away. So I don't know. I might have 5 channels before long. Honestly, ladies and gentlemen, seriously, we're gonna literally have to fucking avoid the whack-a-mole game of these fucking trash can people. I don't know why they're so obsessed with this channel. I don't know why they can't find other hobbies or other things to do. I don't know why it makes them so butthurt that I time them out. I didn't even ban the guy. I don't know if it's that guy, but it's among all these assholes, it's one of these guys, right? It'll always have been like, oh, Fuma, you timed me out in the chat and I'm butthurt for 2 fucking years or 3 fucking years. Or it'll be some guy, maybe I said something accidentally rude to him. Who the fuck knows? Anyway. Neurosis and Psychosis is saying, I'm the biggest troll. You know what? By the way, I was thinking we're actually going to salute the trolls, ladies and gentlemen. I need to actually do this now. I forgot to do it before the show. We're going to have a coupon in honor of the trolls, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to have because every time they try to shut off my channel and stuff, I know it's because they're trying to get me to fucking quit and everything else. So fuck them with hammers. They just go fuck themselves. Like I said earlier, I hope they have the life that they have. We are going to add another discount, ladies and gentlemen, and this discount is going to be Trololo. That's what it's going to be called. It's going to be called Trololo.
Shout out.
And it's going to be 33% off, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. And the coupon code is active. Is it already active as of? It should be active now. We're going to make it go until the 14th for now. We might extend it, but for now it's going to be the 14th. Apply. There we go.
I gotta say, shout out to all the people I sent the link to and jumped right in. Like, there's people that use support.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we're not going to bother with the coupon because obviously you guys are all like fucking super fans, right? Like, thank you, Smash, for inviting people. I appreciate it. You guys have already
Always,
heard fucking spiel. But anyway, coupon code Trololo, ladies and gentlemen, right here. Fucking
Trollo. That's funny.
Trololo. So TROLO. Wait.
TROLOLO.
Okay.
That's probably not the easiest. And by the way, ladies and gentlemen, for the obvious troll that basically is going to report the show just now because they're like, oh my God, Fumidoro is selling drugs. There's no drugs for sale at Fumidoro.com, ladies and gentlemen. There are no drugs even not for sale. There's no drugs available in any capacity whatsoever. Even if you ask nicely, if you ask poorly, there are no drugs whatsoever in the warehouse at fucking Fumidoro.com. The only thing that is sold at Fumidoro.com is hemp seed. And at the moment, photos are not even sold because my like professional account basically somehow got broken. So until I fix that, ladies and gentlemen, even the photos are not available at the moment. Hemp seed is available, and hemp seed is fucking legal. Please remember that it is nothing to report, ladies and gentlemen. There's absolutely nothing to report. You could try to report, but it is going to be a lie, basically.
So,
liar, go ahead.
Do you want to know what I found out today? White truffle is a phenotype of gorilla breath.
White truffle. Hold on, I was reading 3 different things and I misunderstood you. White truffle is a pheno of gorilla breath?
I guess so. That's what I heard today.
How funny. By the way, I almost bought gorilla breath today at the dispensary. Now I feel bad that I didn't. White truffle. Fuck, I haven't smoked white truffle, but I've heard about people talking about white truffle cookies and what else.
I'll look it up.
I have an experience with it. There's Ryan. Cheers, Ryan.
Hey, what an
We haven't even
improvement.
said hello to everybody. Cheers, Smash. What's going on, buddy?
So cheers, everyone. Thank you for joining. Come out if you're in the East Coast, Massachusetts area, the 13th. Me, Miranda Family Farms, Charlie's Farms, Martial Artist will be all hanging out at Turptown Throwdown. Gorilla Butter. Thank you, Deborah. Gorilla Butter. Oh. So white truffle, gorilla butter.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah, 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 yeah,
So this is how we're going to start feeling every time people report us. Because we don't live their lives.
Oh, that's odd.
So that's where Trololo comes from.
Taking a fat dab of some white runs.
Nice. Oh, I really like white runs, honestly. That's one of those that you're like, oh, it's fucking garbage. But no, man, it's killer. I used to have this guy on my channel. We're not going to talk about him. But this, curmudgeonly guy was like, oh, I was just laughed at the idea of white runs. But it's honestly really, really good. It's, I thought my white runs, because, when I got my white runs, it was basically just labeled this other way. I thought it was the white cross to, what the fuck was I saying? The white cross to gelato cross to runs. Doesn't really matter. Pretty sure it's not right. Pretty sure that's actually the wrong information, and it's just gelato to runs. Fucking spectacular. The high on it is excellent. In fact, I was smoking it. I had a little bit left of my white runs maybe a month ago or 2 months ago, and I went out with some friends. And one of the friends that I went out with, a friend of mine, and we were smoking a joint of my white runs, and she apparently had never gotten so high in the last 2 years. She's been telling people all around town, like, oh my God, this one guy's got the strongest weed in town. Anyway, but white runs. It's got this incredible, I'd say almost gasoline gassy flavor,
Nice.
and basically this kind of cakiness, rich cakiness. But then I really love this really floral note that comes through, and it's subtle, but it's not super loud. It's not It's not like potpourri-ish. It's not grandma's perfume. It's not like that. It's just this kind of like good fucking Afghan weed, basically. It's got this little bit of Hindu Kush flower in it. Mwah, fucking love it. And it's got that sweet kind of breakfast cereal, but again, just a little bit. Like it's not even really a very sweet weed. It's really kind of savory. Perfect. Fucking wonderful. Cheers, iMedic. Good to see you, buddy. I haven't had a chance really to deal with it. I don't know. I guess I don't really have a set for Twitch. Like everybody on Twitch has a set, and I use like my pictures, right? And in fact, I don't even change my pictures that often very much anymore, to be honest. Which I should do more often. But like on Twitch, it seems like everybody has to have a fucking set. I don't know. A couple people have been telling me to go on Twitch for a long time, and honestly, it's a lot easier. You don't get reported nearly as badly. You can get away with all kinds of. I mean, fuck. Every time on the homepage of Twitch, there's like chicks licking ear microphones and stuff. It's the weirdest goddamn website I've seen. So if you can have chicks licking ear microphones and whatever, I'm sure you can have us talking about weed. It is frustrating, honestly. All this time, like on YouTube, it's fucking legal. There's other channels that have tens of thousands of subscribers that do exactly the same thing we do, and yet they just don't have the same trolls, so they get to do what they do. I don't know. We will have to probably engage in other opportunities. I don't know, because I'm pretty sure at this point it's been literally like 3 years, almost 3 years since. No, like 2.5 years since some of the trolling shit has happened, and it's like, dude, after 2.5, 3 years. If someone hasn't given up, they're just never going to give up. Like they're literally going to die before they stop trolling the channel. So probably I just have to find all kinds of ways, like I say, to avoid the game of whack-a-mole. So if it's going to be Twitch, if it's going to be fucking 5 YouTube channels, I don't know. It have to be.
So Twitch is getting beaten like right now by Kick, a new one. If you go to like Kick's, like it's still in beta. You go to their homepage, it looks exactly like Twitch. It's just called Kick. But it's like supposedly way better. You can pretty much do anything.
I mean, that's good and bad, because that basically means they're going to get shut down before long. Because I mean, in real life, you can't really do anything. So
well, yeah, they obviously
like they're going to get there. Because no, seriously, like all the different, what's that fucking company, Pornhub? Pornhub has gotten like all their payment processing shut down a bunch of times, because even though the problems we have, it's kind of funny. But weirdly enough, porn and strippers and weed people have always been like copacetic, because they get their shit shut down too, even though porn and everything else is broadly legal. It's been legal for 60 fucking years. Still, banks don't want to be associated with it for some fucking reason. They're fine being associated with predatory lending and derivatives on Wall Street, and I don't even know, payday loans, whatever else.
Speaking of that,
porn, that's a bridge too far. So yeah, I don't have any idea about the morality of Pornhub as a company. In fact, I think it's maybe a little bit shady with that whole MindGeek or whatever company. But anyway, regardless, they've had their payment processing shut down just because the payment processors don't like it. Not because it's illegal, just because they don't like it.
So
shit we have to deal with. Go ahead.
you can actually like I meant by do everything by like gambling and stuff. Like this looks exactly.
That's what I'm saying. Like that's gonna get shut down, because you can't just do gambling and shit. Like no matter like.
Yeah, you
like
can. You can gamble
people got shut down. Like, well, don't you remember like what 2007, 2008 poker and shit was on TV, and they shut that shit down. They
see poker on TV.
Did it. And, pardon?
Poker After Dark is pretty cool.
Is it still on? Poker After
Yeah,
Dark?
yes.
Oh no shit.
Dude, they just opened in Massachusetts. We just opened sports betting on your phone.
That's true. Actually, you're right. Actually, yeah.
It's
Dude,
so Drake. Everyone knows the rapper Drake. He is one of the biggest streamers, and what he does is bet, gambles. But the thing is, he's sponsored by the company, or he's like in cahoots with the company that he's gambling on. So like we don't even know if it's his real money.
Yeah, no, it's probably not. Cheers, Flora.
Be here a while.
What's that?
You guys gonna be here a while?
Yeah, I think so. That's good, Flora.
Right. I gotta go to the dispensary.
Oh, right on.
So I'll be back. I'll be back in a while.
Yeah, man.
But yeah, I saw the message on I think it was on Dee's channel that it wasn't going to be on your main channel.
Mm-hmm.
And then I was like, oh yeah, it's kind of fucked up. But yeah, you might be right. It could have been that idiot, that fucking Lara guy. Could have been.
Yeah, he's one of the few people that I actually banned for cause on my channel, and then people actually asked because he apparently asked. I don't remember. He asked one of the
Never.
folks that are on the channel, like, I don't blame the guy. I think he might have asked Rez or somebody, and I don't blame Rez for it because Rez is just a nice guy. That's probably why the guy asked him. He was like, "Oh, can you unban me? I swear to be good, blah, blah, blah." And so I actually unbanned the guy, and I unbanned him like 2 or 3 times because this happened a couple, 3 times. And he was one of the few people who actually got caught abusing his, the little bit of mod authority for the blue names. He got caught bullying. I caught him actually bullying gray names. So I fucking banned him.
Yeah, that stuff's so
Yeah, it's
childish.
shit stain. Yeah, it's just a fucking shit stain.
So juvenile. It's
I'm
like
sure
not even,
basically-
it's
And I
a
didn't
shame. It's a
ban you.
shame that you have to talk about that shit.
It's just really antisocial people. Yeah. And there's a lot of them though. I mean, I could talk about 5 other people. It could just as easily be them, you know.
Yeah, I'll be back in a bit.
The fucked up thing is with that man, he's never acted like that on my stuff.
Oh, he
You know.
used to be on my show and stuff. He's one of those guys that has to be the center of attention, I think. And so he was trying to, even though Jinx Proof was the guest on Flora's show, he had to fucking raise all these questions that had nothing to do with the show. He was talking about, oh, seeds are not legal. They are fucking legal, you dumbass. I mean, seriously, Humboldt Seed Company in California sells their seeds all over the world. They sell them in Spain, they sell them in fucking Austria. And not only that, but they sell them in dispensaries in goddamn California. He actually has a nursery license. The nursery licenses are available. Not everyone has nursery licenses, but he has one. And there are a bunch of other breeders that has them. So this fucking guys in the chat like, oh, I timed him out. But no, I'm sure he got butthurt over it.
So if
I
any,
don't feel the least bit bad. I mean, honestly, more people need to get put in their place. Honestly, more people that act like shit stains need to get put in their place. There's so many assholes in cannabis. I cannot believe it. So I don't know. I think I'm just going to honestly say my mind from now on. And if that means that I have to have 15 fucking YouTube channels to avoid getting banned, then so be it. Cheers, Robert Benjula. What's going on, my friend? Welcome to the show.
Hey, everyone.
Good to see you, buddy.
Not a whole lot.
Hey, Cap.
Just finished up with a friend stopping by before he heads back to Michigan to work tomorrow. Dropped off some seeds for me. So
I found out my favorite transmission companies from Ohio. I don't know where, but they're in Ohio.
racing company, huh?
Yeah, Rosler Transmission.
Yeah, we
There's
got
some
a
of the-
bunch of gearheads here in Ohio.
Yeah, you guys. Well, any of the states that have flat ground for miles like to race.
Well, we do have mid Ohio here, which is a big racetrack.
But dude, they're closing racetracks left and right, which is sad. I'm trying to think which one just closed. A big facility.
Isn't the racetrack from street light to street light anyways?
I go, well, we have New Hampshire close to me. So like, I don't know. I like having a time slip and stuff. It's fun.
Yeah, there's like 6 or 7 places you can go and run your car a quarter mile here in Ohio. Mid-Ohio has a couple days of it. You can come down and run your car for free.
I've always wanted to be able to rent out an airport and do drag races. Like, I wish I could do it. I wish I had the money to back it.
Well, what you do is you go out to one of these little county airports and you do it there.
Well,
And you
we
do a
used to
10th
have-
of a mile.
we used to have fucking Lollapalooza, Ozfest, Warp Tour, all in my airport where I live. It's not the biggest town. It is a runoff for Logan. As a kid, they used to do like an air show there. They would land all like the Army helicopters and like airplanes. They would have jets. They'd have the bombers, cargo planes. So it's a pretty big, not big. I can't say it's big. It doesn't look big when you look at it compared to like Logan.
See, we have Cleveland International Hopkins, and then along the beach, right next to the Cleveland Browns Stadium and the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame is Lakeland. And that's where they held the Cleveland Air Show at. So, you can basically put a big plane down there if they had to, in an emergency. But we have jets taken off of there all the time, and they rent it out for car races and things like that. Just go to your local county airport. A lot of these little places would love to charge $3 a car to come in park.
Oh, it would be way more than that, man.
Well, that's what you give them is $3 a car, and you make $5 or whatever.
So this is the airport that's local to me. They used to have concerts and shit here and like carnivals, but they don't do shit anymore.
Do you think there's gold buried right in the middle?
Right? Big X.
A couple
Jimmy
bodies.
Hoffa.
Yeah, a couple
Hoffa's
bodies.
buried.
But it would be cool because this is the main runway right here.
Next merch is spawn.
That's Italian concrete.
Like we could technically use this part of the runway. They don't. Well, hold on. Let me think about this.
All you need is a 1/10 of a mile strip. That's all.
This way is the runway
Just
usually.
to fuck with people, they should rename it O'Doyle's Rainbow. It'll be like an X and a rainbow. Oh, it's funny in my head.
Sadly, dude, someone actually passed away filming Street Outlaws, that TV show.
Oh, really?
Bad crash, couldn't get out, fire. All right, so the crash usually doesn't kill these guys because like their cages and the way these cars are built, it's like it's
impact.
It's fire most of the time.
Speaking of fires, buddy, there was a big crash the other day in Formula One, wasn't there? And the guy was stuck in the car for a little bit, wasn't he?
Everyone's worried. Yeah, that's the biggest problem.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. Now we can hear you.
Yeah. I mean, Formula One, believe it or not, is about as safe as it can be at this point. As far as like, there has been fatalities in the past, but the safety measures and the level they've taken it. Yeah, mainly it's the tracks and the design of tracks and safety features built in.
They have fire
Yeah,
suppression in most of these cars.
The thing about racing, and even when I did it, yeah, the thing that you would be like 1,000,000,000 to 1 that it could ever happen, like just things that are unsafe, like hard to explain, but it tracks. Oh, like even over the years with NASCAR, and they put in different walls, and yeah, it would be almost impossible to hit it this way, that direction. But keep it. Shit like that happens. Like, like that's the thing. Like, yeah, even in the top form of racing, yeah, because they're really, those cars are crazy. Like even some of the things that they changed, they put this halo, right? Where at first you're like, well, isn't that going to obstruct their vision? Because there's like a bar right center, comes right down their face. But then at the speeds they go, no, that your eyes don't look at that like that, right? You're like, you're focused in front of that. But that was basically because in some wrecks that cars got airborne and different things, it came millimeters. Like if one of those cars landed on somebody's head, it's open cockpit.
Yeah, that's the thing. When they flip, those are dangerous.
And there was one Ferrari driver, Massa, that took some kind of bolt or a piece of steel at like 200 miles an hour, and it pierced his helmet, and he wasn't blind, but it definitely was like a close call. And so with any little thing that ever's happened over the years, they really do go over the top for safety. Like the sport's pretty, like even at this point, they don't refuel the cars because that was unsafe. That was a point where flames could happen and shit happen. So now the whole race is all on one load of fuel, which is how they can do like 1.8 to 2.4 second pit stops. All they do is change 4 tires. Like,
Yeah, look at NASCAR. NASCAR still gasses up.
have to gas it up. Yeah.
They'll do those pit stops.
And over the years, yeah, that's most fatalities in racing has been attributed to fire. Now, even in like Top Fuel, Funny Car, yeah, they have like very sophisticated fire suppression systems built into those cars. Very expensive and sophisticated. So, and shit still happens because like those cars are running on nitro.
Yeah,
methane. Like if that stuff catches on fire, you don't even see the flame.
It hurts your eyes when they do burnouts and stuff, and their exhaust, like you smell their exhaust, it burns you. They have to wear face masks, like full breathing apparatuses working on it when it's on.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, even though that engine only runs a couple seconds, it is an actual bomb. Like the level of horsepower and the amount of fuel they're forcing through that system.
Yeah, you only get one run.
Yeah, they rebuild the whole thing after one run. Yeah, it's and when they detonate, yeah,
They
steel
blow up.
flies. Molten steel comes flying out.
Hand grenade. Hand grenade.
I think the
Shrapnel
craziest
everywhere.
thing blowing up I've ever seen was at a burnout contest. This dude was just going and his turbo was getting so hot. And all of a sudden his turbo just blew apart. The wheels shot out into the crowd.
And you know, and like IndyCar, which used to be considered open wheel racing, Formula One's open wheel racing, right? Most other car races, the wheels aren't open because one thing in racing, if 2 tires from a vehicles touch in any way, you're going air.
Good luck.
You're gonna flip, right? And so like IndyCar for safety, because they were the ones having the fatalities in the last decade.
Rally car is crazy too.
They put like a fender system on. So it's not really open wheel racing, you know, like it's not like 2 tires can touch, you know?
Yeah, rally racing is what I'm really into. I've always been into it. Just
Well,
going
like,
so fast through
I've
those
seen
woods.
footage, some like these clips on YouTube of rally where what's
These
always
guys are
amazing
crazy.
is like, you know, here we have any track has catch fences, walls, all this stuff. Fans are pretty protected. You know, that's a huge part of running a facility. But over in the rally racing, like literally it's a spot where if somebody just gets it a little wrong, odds are they're going to plow into all those people. But those people are right there on the edge of the track. Like that in itself is a thrill. Cause like, yeah, when you're at tracks, you get close to the cars going fast. Yeah. But like rally, they just let them like lean out into the road. They let him lean out right in the road.
Like, look at this shit, dude. Like,
I don't know the absolute best driver, but he was fucking like, because I mean, a lot of those rally guys are crazy, but he was a legend. He'd been doing it for like 30 years. It's crazy. He just passed away.
Pastrana's really good too.
That's the thing. Yeah, there's a lot of really good rally drivers, but his like the stuff that he could do was just otherworldly. He could spin around in circles around stuff and do figure eights.
Driving was his job.
Mm.
He worked for Audis. He's worked for Subaru, driving their cars and stuff. He has Hoonigan. That's his own company. He started.
Yeah, no, and those trick driving videos that he shot, where he's doing stuff in a car that's pretty on edge without much edit. Like he really precisely did some of those moves. I don't know if you know the videos I'm talking about, but yeah, that stuff's like art. Like
Gymkhana.
the way it's shot, the precision of his trick, because those were tricks. Those were like gnarly tricks that he had.
Just look at how fast he's going 100 miles an hour.
Yeah, that was a sad.
Yeah, I don't
thing.
have that reaction time.
Yeah, but they have Alex as co-driver, dude. He was one of the best too. He was his co-driver, and he would go. They would drive the track slow. Alex would write down notes, and then he would relay them to Ken in the car while they were racing.
Yeah, but I've seen those guys like do that rally up in with snow and shit like that. These guys, you add a little bit of snow and it's like, oh, that's a cushion. We can just bounce off of that bank.
Well, and the level of those cars, like the technology that they for the task at hand, like those cars are bad. Yeah, they're pretty badass.
Yeah. They're definitely not the cars you buy off the lot.
I'm pretty sure they would not be that easy to drive. Like if you had the opportunity to jump in one, you'd find that.
Oh yeah, no traction control, no nothing. Yeah.
Yeah, it's beyond squirrely and would take you some practice to get up to speed or even just drive it. They make it look easy, just shifting gears and blah, blah, blah. That's the one thing when you like even Formula One, these guys, they're kids at this point. Like the newest crop coming in, the rookies, they're barely like 20. Like they've been groomed since they were kids on the go-kart track. I mean, I was part of I get all how that happens, but used to be, you had to like do things like other Formula 4, F3, F2, then get to F1. They've, in the last 10 years, what the Mercedes and the big teams have figured out is, no, if you have this raw talent as a kid, you don't want them to get any bad habits from learning how to drive lesser vehicles. You just want to move them right in, and either they got it or they don't. And yeah, so you basically go from shifter kart as a teenager, you finish that off, you go right into Formula One. You don't even do the ladder system anymore. Now there's certain people that are like natural drivers. They have something, they have a gift. Ken Block was one of them. This guy right now we're watching, Verstappen, yeah, he's an animal. Like as far as Formula One, like he's better than Hamilton.
What's so good about him? Yeah, what's so good? How is he better?
He's aggressive. He's just makes like, of course, their cars seems to be the best lately, but he's just consistently better than everybody in driving. Yeah, passing. When he first came in as a young guy, he created a lot of crashes. He just pushed his way in, like he didn't give a fuck. But that was like, that's how you got to do it. Now that he's at the top, like even this weekend, he got bumped a little by the Ferrari driver. And he, on the radio, you could tell he lost his cool. Like he was bitching about it. When he's in the championship lead, Ferrari's has problems this year. So like his coach or his team's telling him, of course, they have nothing to lose. Relax. Oh, he got aggressive and wanted to go back at him. Like where that's sometimes like, well, maturity, where, after one lap, his team like said whatever they said to him, and he accepted that he wasn't going to be in the front, lead the race, and he finished wherever. But sometimes chasing a championship, that's what it's about. It ain't about what happens each Sunday.
They say Formula One, NASCAR, one guy could perfectly hit the apex every time, and there always could be someone else that could win because people, good drivers, find their own lines. You know, a track
Yeah.
has an apex, but a driver finds a good line.
Every car is different, right? Like every car is going to have a slightly different apex on every different turn. No.
Correct.
Well,
To a
for
course.
instance, in Formula One especially, yeah, those tires are literally going away from you every single lap. So what you can do on lap 1 on tires, you can't do anything like that on lap 5. And then you have to know like what you have under you. Your times go down. So does everybody else's, right? And a lot of the younger guys, you don't see them. You see them overdrive. You know,
The more aggressive, the more tire wear, and that means
yeah.
the faster you have to stop to change them.
And like even another thing I said about the fuel load in a Formula One car. Well, as the race gets toward the end, they're running lighter, right? And as they run lighter, they can run faster. So like you get an extra point for the fastest lap of the race. And 9 times out of 10, it's the last lap of the race. Because
everyone's pushing it. There's no gaps in it.
There's no more the pounds of fuel. Literally the car has just enough to like coast in when it's done. That's how close they have it down.
That's like dragsters. They have 4-gallon tanks. That's it. 4 gallons. By the time they do a run, they're almost out of gas.
Yeah.
Yeah. 4 gallons for a quarter of a mile.
Mhm. The fucking 4 injectors or 2 on each cylinder, some crazy shit.
Well, I mean, there's great motors in all of motorsports, and they have whatever horsepower, usually, 1,000 and stuff is a lot. But when you get to the top end of dragsters, these guys, how much is it now? How much horsepower these guys put out?
Like 4.
Like 10.
Well, are we talking like jet fuels? Or are we talking like actual street
Well,
cars?
like top fuel, aren't they up to like 10 or more thousand horsepower?
Those are crazy, but there's still regular motor cars that are pushing 4,000.
Yeah. Well, that's extreme because if you've ever driven anything with even 500-600 horsepower, you're like, yeah, I don't know.
1,000 throws you in the seat. Let me like 1,000. The G's from that is crazy.
The 635 foot-pounds of torque that came off my 68 427 would throw you back in the seat. You
I'm
couldn't
talking
pick a dollar
stuck
bill
there
off the
for the whole time.
dashboard. I could
mean-
hit the gas at 160 and throw you back in the seat.
Yeah, I don't think like as a car gets going and your gearing runs out, you lose that feeling. With these you don't lose that like stuck to the seat feeling. You're just getting more and more G's as more and more power comes in. It's an intense feeling.
I mean, what makes Formula One above all other motorsports is this stat or this technology they've been on, but they create equal G forces in all 4 directions: forward, accelerating, right? Braking is about the same. Anywhere from peak is like over 3 to 4 Gs, and side to side turning, and they capture that energy. Like their level of hybrid is not just collecting the accelerated energy; they're collecting like the braking energy, the inertia from the turn. Like they're collecting it in every way possible, like harvesting the energy, not just through the conventional way, and which I assume will eventually end up in passenger cars, because over my life of following Formula One, so many things that first were developed there in some form or fashion became just things we're used to having in our passenger cars. And they always come out first where they're only in the big luxury brands, but then they end up in every car, right?
I was driving the other day and I was getting like 60 miles to the gallon.
Well, on the Eagles show, we had a conversation last night, and yeah, the one thing that I know, and you know, politically we did it, but then we took it away. But that's not the point of the thing. We could definitely reach some goal of like all cars on the road have like 100 miles per gallon, right? We might change some of our like ability to accelerate. We'll go an uphill and shit like that. But with inertia and momentum and the way they can build engines, I'm sure if that's what they wanted to do or had to do, it would happen. And we would still drive around at the same speeds and everything we are now. Yeah, but that's all part of the thing. They're like, you get cahoots. Because if we, excuse me, use that much less gas and we didn't have to, yeah, that wouldn't be good for business, right? So they make cars to burn gas, even the ones that get 20 to 30 miles per gallon. That's not even that good, is it?
Sorry, I'm reading chat. Eating candy.
Meanwhile, I'm trying to sign up for Kick.
Yeah, you got to use OBS.
I gotta
Sorry,
use what?
you got to use OBS.
Oh, do I?
Mm-hmm. I set it up the other day. You got to put in a custom like stream key and stuff. It's not hard at all.
Well, I've seen other shows where I've never gone to this, but when they're on, they also say that they're on this platform like simultaneously, right? Meaning, like, I've never heard someone using Kick, but I know a couple YouTube shows then they're like also on Twitch. Like you follow like at the same time.
Twitch just Twitch. At first, Twitch didn't like cannabis. They took down Snoop Dogg is actually the one got them to change their cannabis law or rules. They took his stream down for smoking in a legal state, and he was like, "Nah." He's one of the bigger streamers on there. But there's a lot of other streamers that have millions of people that have gone away from Twitch to Kick because they're paying the creators more.
Now, isn't Twitch mainly for gamers?
I mean, they have just chatting
Well,
sections.
But I mean, initially it was a gaming thing, right? It can be used for other things, but gamers.
For the most part, yeah.
Okay, here's the one thing about cannabis in a platform like that. That platform, if it is geared toward gamers, probably has a lot of people that are compared to other platforms that are younger because they're gamers or into video games.
I got a whole Discord of 30-plus-year-old dudes that play Call of Duty. And there's like 2,000, 5,000.
Yeah, I mean, but you know, that would be why somewhere like Twitch might have taken that stance, you know, that hey, they're just trying to make as many people happy as they can, and
yeah,
you got a bunch of parents on your ass, then that's a tough road to hoe.
With Kick though, you can literally, just like YouTube, you can put only 18 plus.
And at this point, if there's parents that actually think that there's some way to keep their kid off of whatever he wants to do on the internet, then they're delusional, right?
Yeah. Exactly,
Like
bud.
I heard some city that passed this thing, like some county in the middle of nowhere type place, but you can't go on social media past midnight. It's against the law to be like in for everybody. Like it's not just for at kids. It was I when I heard that I thought, well, how could you even enforce that? Like same thing in in these countries where it's forbidden to have a VPN, but every single person has one. Okay.
So
Like
some place banned TikTok. I forgot what state it was. But the thing is, they can't get it off the App Store because they have no control over it.
yeah, that's I mean, like the internet seems pretty wide open and there's no way to really rate it in. I mean,
Thailand did.
well, yeah, when you start to know some things about international things, each country, some apps are available and some aren't. And a lot of these apps that allow video calls and shit for free, some countries ban them all.
I got one of those. Great.
Don't ever forget what it used to cost to make an international phone call.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Fumi, I think I'm gonna cut down the rest of this tomorrow, actually.
Right on. Oh yeah.
Tomorrow.
Manana. I won a contest yesterday.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
We could get-
I'm getting 10 free packs of candy, medicated candy.
Awesome.
Yeah. From shoutouts to Gas, what's the hell's his name? Gas Toronto, whatever it is. What a bad shout out.
Well, when you
Oh, yeah.
mentioned Snoop Dogg, who happened to have sang a song with Willie Nelson, I saw on Saturday and Sunday for his 90th birthday celebration, which for the most part was all these other really top artists singing Willie songs, but there was also entertainers, movie people, whatever, and other people that told stories, right? And I knew some of this, but I'm not sure that the public always knows this. You know, like Willie Nelson, way back in the 50s as a country guy, when all these contemporary country people that all the big names were staunchly against cannabis, okay? Right? It was all part of the propaganda of the times. Willie was as open about it and his attitude was the same as it is now as it was then. Like he it's not like, oh, as the times changed, he changed. No, everything he stands for, he stood for right from the gate, right? And when it comes to being one of the true people that did a lot for cannabis in his life, yep, he's up there, dude. He's up there big time with all the Cheeches and the Chongs and the Snoops and some other people too. But I think Willie,
did more
this
for
weekend,
cannabis than anyone.
I heard story after story. I knew some of them, but the way they were told and the way they tried to bring the perspective of the times, like that. Yeah, he was getting busted for pot on his bus and all this trouble way back, and didn't give a fuck.
And that's how Willie, and don't forget, that's how Willie Nelson quit smoking cigarettes. Instead of smoking cigarettes, he'd roll up joints, stick them in his smoke pack. Every time he wanted a cigarette, light up a joint.
Yeah, I tried that. That didn't work for me. I still kept find myself lighting a cigarette after a joint. It was the nicotine.
I feel you there, Captain. It's like one went right after the other. Well, ever since I was a kid. The old bullshit back then was nicotine opens your lungs up so you get higher. When I was
Now
like
you just get
13,
higher from the
14.
nicotine.
That's it, man. That's it, especially at that age, you get that little rush.
Mango.
Here's what
Hope
I've
everybody's
noticed
doing
in
well,
the
buddy.
last few months. Yeah, I smoke cigarettes and would dabs. I can really only take small dabs at low temp, and even with that, I always have to blow my nose, or it's like a expectorant. You know, like an expectorant. Is that the right word for like? And sometimes if I
think
take
that's right.
like a hotter dab or a big dab, oh, it will upset my system. And first off, I realized, holy shit, am I that congested? Because like pre the dab, it's not that obvious. But when I do certain amount of dabs, even small dabs, I always have to blow my nose afterwards, right? Always. I just realized it's part of like this experted thing that dabs seem to do. Now, I realize that because I've met other people that smoke, and guess what? People that smoke cigarettes can't dab like these other guys that do these big dabs. And no, you can't do it. Something about like what the cigarettes do to your lungs. You find that like, what happens to me is kind of common. Like people that smoke cigarettes, they have a hard time doing like bigger dabs. Like I take tiny ass ones at low temp, and if I take a bigger one than that, I lose. But what it is congestion. Like next thing you know, I'm spitting up shit. I'm blowing out shit for like 5 or 10 minutes. Now I
That
realize it
happens to me.
acts as like there's cough syrup you can drink that does that, right? There's medicines that can be I don't pronounce it right, but you know what I'm saying. Yeah, dabs does it too.
Scissor.
No, I think you're saying it right, bud. I was just saying in the chat earlier. Sorry, just ate a peanut butter cookie, brookie. Anyway.
Nice.
So I was saying in the chat that I actually had bronchitis. I don't know if you guys remember. I was complaining about a cough for like 6 weeks. I was like, oh, I can't shake this cough. Right? Turns out I actually had bronchitis. I got sick like, I don't know, 6 or 7 weeks ago. And then I guess basically that cough turned into another cough pretty much. Anyway, they were asking me in the chat, who was it that asked, not iMedic, it was, well, anyway, I can't think of who asked in the chat right now. It was Billy, I think, asked, did you have to give up joints or something? I was like, oh shit, can you imagine if I had to give up joints? That's basically all I smoke. Actually, that was kind of funny because I asked the doctor, I was like, oh, should I, stop smoking weed? Because she said, oh, do you smoke tobacco? Do you take any drugs? Blah, blah, blah. And I was like, no to either. But I do actually smoke quite a heavy amount of weed. And we both laughed. And I actually asked her, like, do I have to, stop smoking or something for a few days, when she told me I had bronchitis. She's like, no, not really. It'll actually help with coughing up, the freaking, I can't remember how she said it, the sputum or whatever. Anyway, like when your lungs get inflamed and infected and stuff, first of all, you end up coughing up, but, actually that can be kind of helpful. So yeah, she was right. Like smoke a joint and then hack for 5 minutes. What was the point I was trying to make?
Yeah, but that point brings me to a point that's probably 1 in 10,000 doctors in our country that would tell you the truth or even know that, right?
Yeah, right.
Where 9,000 of them would say, "Oh no, of course you got to stop smoking cannabis."
I wouldn't have guessed either. Never judge a book by their cover. I wouldn't have guessed that she would have been the doctor that would say that. It was I did not ask, but a presumably like Indian or Nepalese doctor. Anyway, from Asia somewhere, basically, you would assume maybe kind of a conservative mindset to weed. No, quite the opposite, actually. Yeah.
But I think there's like studies that show this, right? And that it acts as that.
Absolutely right. Yeah.
Now, in anything, everything in moderation. So if you're talking to a healthcare professional, most likely their true advice is moderation, right?
I can imagine if I
even-
told her I smoked a quarter ounce of weed a day, she'd probably say you should probably cut back. Yeah, but
Yeah.
that, yeah.
No, I mean, that's the reality.
What the hell?
But like I look at it, like everybody's kind of has their thing. Some people it's food, some people it's shopping, some people it's alcohol, some people it's gambling, and some people it's weed. All right, and at the lesser of all the evils, fuck, you know where I'm at.
Yeah, of all the
And,
things that
there's- and it's not even, the evils those are all propaganda. It's
I've even asked doctors, hey, is it harmful to, smoke weed, basically? And, how do I say, like the medical professionals, because not just doctors that I've asked, but like nurses and so on. And for the most part, they're like, maybe, because, it's not really that healthy to inhale smoke of any kind, really. But they're like, honestly, it also makes you cough and stuff. And the evidence is sort of up in the air. If anything, actually, according to a friend of mine, the evidence actually points to weed being more healthy than unhealthy. So I don't know.
I think long ago, the caveman knew suck on smoke or fire fat. Okay, like so. At a certain point, yeah, sucking on flame or anything hot like that. But that's probably where the only bad part of it, like, because if there was anything that they could prove that was like carcinogenic about that, the smoke from cannabis, they would have and lumped it in like, oh, it's worse than. I remember they used to say that it was
they keep
worse.
talking
Like
about
one
the
joint was equal
hyperemesis or
to
whatever.
10 cigarettes, right?
Yeah,
That's
one
what they
joint
carry.
it is equal to a pack of cigarettes, but it's the tar. It's nothing to do with anything else except the tar factor. It is
Yeah,
equal.
but that tar, the resin.
Yeah,
you
but it
see
doesn't have any
build up
like.
on your
Yeah, it doesn't have
palm
all the other chemicals from a cigarette,
everywhere
though. It
else.
has none of that shit. It doesn't
Yeah,
have the
they're
fucking ammonia
carcinogen.
and bleach and even see like Marlboro's has cocoa in it and all these other things. I mean, if you take a dry,
Vanilla.
yeah, exactly. Thank
Citrus.
you. Yeah, if you actually
Somehow,
take a
I'm
a
pretty
dry
sure
haul
they-
off a cigarette, you'll taste chocolate, especially in Marlboro. You'll actually taste the chocolate.
and somehow just because I found that like just about everything in the world has glycerin in it, that I'm pretty sure they spray a little glycerin on that tobacco just
Yep.
because they can.
Yeah, I saw in the 90s when they lost the lawsuit, the tobacco industry lost that big lawsuit finally in 96, I think it was. They actually had a list, most of the ingredients, but they didn't have to do it all because every cigarette has proprietary ingredients, obviously, to make it, the original or unique cigarette flavor and all that shit. Basically, what they do is they have so many cigarettes because they match up everybody's got a different pH. And why some cigarettes taste better or feel better to some people when they first start smoking is because it's the closest match to their pH, their body pH. That's why certain cigarettes, people like certain ones and don't like other ones. It's one of the many reasons. Obviously, it's not just one. Everything's
Well, I
always
mean,
multifaceted.
that industry spent billions of dollars, even whatever, when it was hundreds of millions, 50 years ago to figure out every nuance of
in the 40s. Have you ever seen
product.
that show when TLC used to be actually the Learning Channel? Yeah, that's what I had an aunt that after my mother passed away, my Aunt Ruth, that's what she smoked. They used to have the Chesterfield, you know how in the back they used to have those little tickets? She saved enough Chesterfield tickets to buy a brand new 1971 Maverick. Or not buy it, she got it for free basically because she had so many of those friggin' tickets. Can you believe that? From Chesterfield's, that was her cigarette. But she ended up quitting in 1974. Yeah, that's how many, and I'm not exaggerating. I went with her when she went to the dealership when I was like 5-6 years old to pick the car up.
Well,
forget it. But if you watch this flick, it's called 200 Cigarettes. and it's on.
Here-
It was on Learning
here-
Channel in the '90s. They were showing
here's-
rats in the 1940s. They would, or mice, lab mice, and what they were doing, they have these smoking machines that would catch all the tar from the cigarettes lined up these in vials, you know, almost like test tubes, and it would gather it all, and they take a cotton swab, and they would get the tar off the bottom. I mean, it would be like coated like an inch,
here's
and
how
put it on the
you-
backs of the mice, and the mice within 30 days would all have tumors growing like crazy out of the fucking tar
Yeah.
where they had put it on the fucking mice's fur.
Here's how it used to go at NASCAR back in the Winston Cup days, right?
Winston
The first
like
year,
a cigarette shit.
Winston would have these booths, and they'd give you a carton of cigarettes, right? But you had to show a pack when you went through this little sign up thing. You had to, like, I remember thinking, yeah, you had to show death to get death, right?
Right.
But like
right.
people would just come out and then hand their cigarette pack to their friend or their whoever didn't even smoke, and they give out full cartons, right? Full cartons.
Yeah.
All you had to do is show a pack every race, right? For years. And then it went to like, I think it was like a 6-pack carton, like this shorter one, not 10. And then it
Yeah.
went to just like
4.
by the end it went to 4, and then
Oh, shit.
they changed the law and said, oh, you can't give away cigarettes like that. And then it was like the next year Winston pulled out, wasn't the sponsor
I
anymore.
believe it.
But basically, like my dad smoked Camel, so up until I went to NASCAR and went through the Winston booth and got a free carton of Winston's,
Yeah.
I smoked those. But
Yeah.
I don't remember what year. I guarantee you, Dale Earnhardt was still racing, right?
Yeah.
Uh,
My dad smoked Winston's. That was the
they
big thing in
got
his
me as
family.
a customer, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right? They got me as a customer. That they gave me the fucking free cigarette. And I was like, oh, I supported NASCAR. Like the whole scheme worked.
Yeah.
You know, and I
yeah.
realized, like, you know,
I started on Winston's because my father smoked them. That's who I used to steal them from. If the kids in the neighborhood, teenage kids, weren't
even
giving them to me.
even I know that, like, I don't take what is written on here serious, but it does say on a pack of Winston's, like it says basically tobacco and water, all natural. Like, and you realize the
Yeah, of
word
course.
natural means
Right.
nothing. Like in a
Yeah, it
court of
means shit.
law, that word got chopped up in the 50s and means absolutely nothing.
Yeah,
Like
listen, in the early
anybody
80s,
can
in like
say
1980,
everything is natural.
I think it was, we used to get phone calls on the landline, obviously, no cell phones, but we used to get, telemarketers, they'd be calling us and asking us if we smoked cigarettes. They didn't ask your age. Well, I think they did. They may have said, are you 18 or something, and you just said yes, and you're on the phone. And if you told them what kind of cigarettes, you answered a few questions, they mailed you a carton of cigarettes in the fucking mail. It would be no name. It would have nothing on it. This is before generics even, it's 1980. And I was bummed because they sent me menthols. I don't smoke menthols. I was like, I told the chick specifically, I don't smoke fucking menthols.
They changed packaging about 5 years ago to this thing where it says water and tobacco, right? I know it's all misleading bullshit because like it would be great if the cigarette was truly water and tobacco, okay? But like all those things you mentioned,
besides
earlier,
adding extra nicotine,
like they just leave that part out, but somehow they're trying to imply.
I just got the gum.
Like,
I got the Nicorette. I got it the other day from the doctor. My wife and I, we're going to try and quit tomorrow. I just bought hopefully my last pack.
My partner in a couple weeks was going to have 4 months, and he uses what are those things? Nicotine salts, Xania, these little weird pouches that come.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
They're, I guess it's like nicotine salt or something you just put in your mouth, but
right.
Hey, 4 months he quit. He one day to the
Good for
next,
him.
and he uses
The
those
most
things.
I've gone
and
without being in the hospital, the longest I've ever gone without smoking was like 2 or 3 years ago in April, and I went 4 days. And I was trying to quit. I don't know why the fuck I even picked them up again. I mean, I was cheating a little bit. I'd bum a smoke off a friend down the gas station or something. It's the longest I've ever really gone without being in the hospital since I was like 5 years old, 6 years old. I started buying Marlboros every day with my lunch money when I was 8.
Hey, I mean, I'm
And that's not a fucking a badge of honor by any means. That's not a brag. That's just stupidity and the
Sometime, but I
environment
didn't
that I was brought up
start
in.
right? And and I might have liked coffee a little bit, but like when I was 35 and went to like a full-blown live-in rehab for 30 days, right? And they dragged me to AA meetings every night, and then I continued to go to AA meetings for a while.
Everybody
after
drank
that.
coffee, right?
They drank coffee and smoked cigarettes,
Yeah.
right? And like I was anti-cigarette until then. Like I remember at this one meeting there was a break and everyone went outside and was smoking cigarettes. I was like, this guy I was hanging with, like, oh, you want one? I'm like, sure. And that was it. I started smoking cigarettes, right?
Yeah.
So like I basically traded in addictions. And now I look back and go, yeah, these two seem like they might be the hardest
and
to
a
kick.
bubble gum.
I've kicked I kicked all those other ones a couple times in my life. But man, nicotine, and then for me, nicotine and coffee go hand in hand.
Same
and I know if I'm really serious about quitting cigarettes, I have to like not drink coffee because like there's this thing with a fresh couple like certain amount into the cup. Oh, I feel like a cigarette. It's like it's part of my whole routine for whatever 25 years now. And if I want to be, because when I did try to stop, it was the coffee drinking that made me like go outside at a restaurant and go, hey, can I bum a cigarette? Like you always start where you're just bumming a few and you still think you're quitting.
Yeah.
And then after a week or two, you're like, well, fuck
Coffee
that. I'm
was the
just gonna
same
buy
with
my
me,
own
bro.
pack. You know what I mean?
Yeah, totally. I mean, I get out of the hospital, even when I spent that year in the hospital, they let me go out after I came out of the coma and everything, and they were allowing me to go outside. I mean, first thing I did was fucking light up. Ask my wife for a cigarette, like an idiot. Anytime I went to detox in the 90s, I would fucking walk out after 7, because they only had 7 days around here, but you know, it's not the ritzy places that I'm sure you were at, but you know, I'd walk out. First thing I did was light a fucking cigarette like an idiot, and it would taste horrible. Horrible.
It was. Hey, I went to this place called ASAP. It stood for whatever. It had the contract with GM, the NBA, and the musicians union, right? So when I was in there, the first week I was in there, maybe 10 days, you know the guy from Megadeth named Dave Mustaine?
No, but I know
guitar player. Yeah, well, he's big and famous guitar player. He was just leaving. And then my roommate was this guy named William Bedford, right? He was 7 foot something tall and played for the Detroit Pistons, where in the group meetings we would have, he would talk about how he would like in the middle of an NBA game. They won the championship that year, the Detroit Pistons against the Lakers. That like he would like pretend to have like an ankle strain and go back to the locker room and go to his locker and smoke a bunch of crack and then come back out.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
He only played 13 games of the season and then was like rehab. But while we were there, what's that other crazy guy? Dennis Rodman, who was on that team, right?
Yeah.
Came to visit him and presented him with his championship ring, right? Another thing that came out he was my roommate for like 30 days. He had graduated Mississippi State on a basketball scholarship, right? You know, he couldn't read or write. He was totally illiterate, couldn't read, right? Which was like a big thing in AA meetings and you're asked to read stuff. And no, it turned out he couldn't read at all. I was thinking, wow, the injustice of that. Like, how could a guy
go through college,
right? And it turned out like, oh, I heard over like a couple years later, oh, he's the first player to be kicked out of the NBA on that drug thing where you get 2 fuck ups and the third time you're permanently banned.
Strike.
And then he died of a drug overdose. And even at that time, he had like $1 million contract, all this
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah.
Right. But I still remember the fact, I guess colleges have changed. Maybe they haven't. Yeah, that somebody could have had a degree from
Mhm.
a legit college.
And can't
And,
read.
Okay, granted
Yeah.
he plays basketball, but how
Yeah.
could you like and guarantee of people in that school and his coach and different people had to know that this guy was illiterate?
Yeah.
Right.
Look at
Like, you
hockey
couldn't-
players. You want to talk about drug abuse? I mean, look at back in the 40s, 50s, and 60s, and 70s, and even 80s. I mean, they were one of the biggest abusers of fucking drugs and alcohol. Derek Sanderson in 1972 was taking on the whole Canadian bench, getting in fights with his own teammates, the Bruins, on the bus because he'd be so fucking drunk and out of his tits. He spent $3 million in a year. He was the first player to ever get $1 million contract. He got a $3 million contract. He blew it all in a fucking year. And he ended up in Canada on a fucking bench, homeless. And when what woke him up was he was sleeping on a bench. He woke up. There was another homeless guy next to him, sucking on a fucking bottle of vodka, gin, whatever the hell it was. And he fucking tried to
Hey,
grab it out of his hands
was
and he grabbed
like
it
a
back.
different-
And he goes, "Hey, don't you know who I am?" And he goes, "Yeah, you're another bum just like me." And then he
This
fucking
was like
woke
a
up
totally different
fuck.
era of the cocaine era, but things that dude told me about, and actually in group sessions we would have, it was these characters that would travel with the team that were like basically,
Drug dealers, right?
yeah. And
Yeah.
Back to feel good.
everything,
exactly.
you didn't have to worry about paying them because when you're on the road like that, you're playing ball. But at the end of the year, they'd come and visit you, and you'd have to tidy up the huge amount of
bill.
money
Yeah.
that
bet.
you owed. And yeah, that it was just a common thing. And I'm sure the organization had to know who these characters were on the road with their team and the problems. And he wasn't the only like athlete that was like in that era. Like,
Right.
uh,
I mean, look at the turn of the century. Or I shouldn't say turn of the century, not our turn of the century, but back in the turn of 1900 or 1920s and late teens when silent movies. I mean, they used to have mad. I mean, you probably know better than I because you're out on the West Coast, know the history, but I just know through the stories with my great aunt, Zazu Pitts. Beautiful actresses that were going to make it, but they'd go to these Hollywood parties and they'd have bowls and bowls of blow, heroin, you name it. And these actresses would just get fucking used and abused, and they'd never make it in Hollywood. And they used to be able to see at these Hollywood parties some of the producers and stuff
well,
who
stories
would
have
make
come
it,
out
who
that-
wouldn't. You
that,
know, I mean, look at Buster Keaton.
wait,
I mean, that was his
like
downfall. Was his scandal.
Louis Mayer, who pretty much
Chick
ran
overdosed.
Hollywood, Louis whatever Mayer, right?
Yep.
Oh, he
Louis
was
B.
like this. He makes, what do you call the guy that they just
Louis Mamar.
Me Too, the
Stone.
guy recently, the big wig in Hollywood that started the whole thing. I
Weinstein?
forget the fat guy that was
Oh, Weinstein.
Weinstein. They say Louis Mayer makes Weinstein look like child's play. Okay,
Yeah, believe it.
of the level of stuff that was going
Oh,
on
yeah.
in that era.
Yeah, women were treated different. They were looked at different in society. They weren't equals. I mean,
And
they just
even
gotten the
some of
fucking
the
right to vote in 1919,
legendary
for Christ's
people
sakes.
like
They were
Shirley
property
Temple,
still.
who was like a child basically. Oh
Yeah.
no, like she wasn't immune from it even at underage.
Yeah. Look at fucking Judy Garland. I mean, she was 12 years old. They were feeding her sleeping pills and then speed to get her up because she was making so many damn movies. She was number one with what's his name there? Andy Hardy, Mickey Rooney. I mean, they were running her ragged, man, and just feeding her drugs. They didn't give a shit. It's all about the money. That's all they gave a shit about.
The dry hit on this Indiana bubble gum taste.
Yeah, that looks mint,
exactly
man. By the
like
way, Smash, your
bubblegum.
garden looks pretty. Your harvest looks really nice too. Yeah, how is that, Kevin? Fucking looks nice. Nice
The
little
dry
bud.
hit. The dry hit's just like bubble gum. I'm about to light it up.
Nice. I like bubblegum ones. And watermelon.
Yeah, I just harvested 2 more.
I had a strain a couple years ago that came out of, well, it was like a pheno that came out of James Loud stuff. And I forget what the cross was, but it was like juicy fruit gum. It wasn't like bubble gum. It was like straight juicy fruit. And
Okay,
Yep, yep.
that was
And
Charlie.
Easy for,
it was one of those ones though that if you let it cure a little long or dry a little too much, that would be the first thing that went away.
yeah.
But right when it was fresh and perfect, yeah, it tasted just like the stick of juicy fruit.
Yeah, man, that's a great strain. I haven't had that strain in over like 10, 20 years now. They had to change the name of it because of the legal ramifications. Pretty juice.
I thought the genetics had changed. That's why they went to fruity juice.
No, there's lawsuits.
I thought they lost the genetic in that.
Well, it seems at this point by putting the word Z, the letter Z, that seems to have some, because there's a lot of things that just have added Z that seem to be being left alone as far as these kind of lawsuits go. Where I can imagine those companies could argue that just changing the one letter isn't
It's
enough.
bullshit.
But maybe there's enough legal precedent to that as long as it's one letter different, it's good to go.
Or maybe they're just getting enough free
I know
advertisement
a lot of
from
it. A lot of it is font colors. Like, oh, don't forget they own the colors of their thing, right? There's those are the things, and if you play in like those things, like some of those lawsuits, not only is it the word, it's that you use the font or you use the colors of their brand that they own that, right? And that's, if you do that, it's easily proven. Like, oh, here's documentation. This one graphic is the exact color scheme that is our domain, or whatever you want to call it.
Cookies has a lawsuit going right now.
Well, like you said, you used to have these events that were in your area. Oh, a lot of areas have that problem. California, we're stranglehold. In my life, and even though I have friends that are lawyers in different capacities, but holy shit, you can blame it on the lawyers, okay? Because they represent people that sue for every cockamamie thing there ever is, right? And then that creates
they were getting
right?
kickbacks.
Next thing you know, the insurance rates are too high, or the things you have to do. And then even I saw this thing about a year ago. It was like a graph that was showing all the different sectors of cannabis and their growth. And it was showing and predicting lawyers is like this growing sector. And even on that story, it talked about, and it showed the one guy from whatever city that was like the known criminal defense attorney for pot cases. That was like so many 20 years ago. If you were going to represent cannabis people, that was about it. Now, there's all the different lawyers that are involved, from the IP lawyers to the lawyers for your licensing, lawyers. And once you let them in, oh man, you can't get them out. That's like lawyers. That's why if I had kids and they were like, no, doctor or lawyer, I'd be like, oh, fuck being a doctor. You got to be a lawyer. That's where all the fucking money is. But in a lot of that is why we don't have the same freedoms, or things aren't most of the time it's rules that come out after some lawsuit because one idiot found some little reason to sue. You know what I'm saying? That's just one part of law. But even in, you look at some of these people that have signed in the bad deals that have gone on in cannabis, it's it's because of like somebody out lawyered somebody and got one word in the contract that slipped through that then got turned around on them. You know, that's like lawyers can't live with them or you can't live without them. I mean, I know one thing, I've had to have lawyers in my life, and yeah, they're like leeches, man. Once they're in, it's hard to get rid of them, dude. That's it. Hey, nothing against people that are lawyers. Like I said, I have friends that
So true.
do it, but as a whole, oh man, they're nobody's friends, man. I mean, some of it, I guess, is making things safer or better. I don't know. I know one thing, it's making them money.
That's a fact. They write the laws, man.
And
They don't
that,
write 'em in
like,
their favor.
ultimately,
They don't write 'em in
I
their
don't
favor.
know the percentage of politicians that at all levels, from the high, local up, usually their background
They're
is
lawyers.
they're
Yeah, law.
lawyers.
Yeah, yeah. It's one of the reasons why they get
And
involved.
most of our country is thinks that the politician class has failed us miserably, right? Like both sides kind of agree with that, right?
Oh, yeah.
Well, maybe it's time to like look somewhere else other than these fucking lawyers.
Yeah, that would be nice, but so many layers to that one, getting good candidates selectable, getting the money to back them. And, you know, they want people that are gonna be able to go in and freaking write laws. I mean, not that a fucking outsider can't do it. I mean, look at shit for brains.
Well, and even the
Not that he was an outsider, he was an absolute insider, but you know, he cons everybody.
that I mean, it's been this way longer than we want to admit. But even in lawsuits, it's like who has the most money wins. That's the end of the story. Because if you don't have enough money to pursue it as far as they're going to pursue it, you lose. That's the end of the story, right? So, that makes the system not even fair.
That's how
like
Trump won all his lawsuits. I mean, it's the only reason why, because he just sue and he'd just be able to
and
wait
what
him out.
he was doing,
These little people
isn't something he invented. Shit, people, that's the system. That's how that system works. It's been used and abused the whole way. Even now, it's levels so crazy because corporations, who ultimately these conglomerates, they got the most money and the ability to wait it out forever and push you to the end, and most people can't withstand that, so they win.
Yeah, and then, you know, on the top of that, if they end up losing their case, they have to pay the legal fees to the other side on top of it. So they're taking
And
a gamble
even
right
if you
there.
in a lot of those cases, if it has anything to do with money, if you do get a lawyer to represent you, he's getting most of the money.
He's getting a third,
or at least half of it or more, like the
third.
way they work
It's a third.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
nationwide on average is a third.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then they're
got
going to charge
ways
you
to
for
work
witnesses. They can charge you for witnesses, private
Yeah.
eyes to investigate your case. I mean, there's a whole bunch of
Yeah.
add-ons. I've had it done a few times. So
The real rich people
Yeah.
and corporations will go and they'll put all the lawyers then within 100 miles on retainer for something small. That way, no one in their neighborhood can sue them.
Well, look at
Yeah. I mean, this is the whole way that system is. It's broken, and it seems like it's so broken that there's no fixing it. It's like ingrained. It's, you know.
sad part is most people think they know how the system works, but they don't. They don't have a clue the nuances. They literally have no clue how it really works. And I don't mean like the con and the bullshit and all that. I just mean the system in general, just in the basic system of our government. They have no idea how it works. You know, 2/3 approval from both houses, revisions back and forth from the Congress to the Senate. So it finally does get approved, amendments and everything else. Filibuster. Most people don't even know what a fucking filibuster is for 26. And how it works. And how they, at one point, you could have a no-show filibuster, basically, is what it was called, where you could just say you're going to do a filibuster, but you don't have to stand up at the podium and speak fucking endlessly. Take turns. They tried to just change that one.
Well,
You know,
yeah,
why would
I
they want to do
remember-
that? Because then they'd have to stay in Congress when they're on vacation.
I-
Or
I-
they can go home.
Yeah, the
They only work 4
filibusters
days a week
where-
to begin with.
I think they changed it now to keep this from happening, but there was a time not too long ago where the one side filibustered, they would start giving speeches, right? Where they wouldn't even have any idea what they were talking about. They would just keep talking.
Yeah,
and
because they don't have to
keep
talk
going
about anything. They can just talk
24
nonsense,
hours a day.
gibberish.
For as,
Yeah.
as
Start
long
reading War
as
and
they
Peace.
Right.
Yeah, there were some crazy ones. I think McCain, or there's some guy that gave the longest one, and he was like basically falling asleep at the podium after like 16 hours of rambling. I forget who it was, but yeah, that was some stupid shit. Yeah,
Again, in Minnesota speaking about cannabis legalization the other day, and he actually did a really good job.
well, but here's the thing. We say cannabis legalization, but all I think of as I hear each state pass and even fed, it's not cannabis legalization, it's cannabis taxation. That's all that's happening. They're not like example is Thailand. Thailand legalized
got-
cannabis. Okay.
We did get gifting though.
They're trying to legislate some kind of taxation, but ultimately they legalized cannabis, cut and
Yeah,
dry.
it's partial decriminalization. It's not
Yeah, like
nothing.
here,
Nothing. It's not legal in any way, shape, or form. To a sense, it's
most
partial
of whatever.
decriminalization.
Yeah,
Well, no,
guarantee
not
you
really, because
the-
decriminalization, you would still receive a fine for it.
Well,
In
right,
all-
but guarantee
in all
you
reality,
can.
these
we're allowed to
politicians
walk.
Grow
in Minnesota,
2,000
they
plants
got-
in your bathroom.
they got talked into
Well,
voting
they
on
do
this,
have.
right? The things that they were talking about and being talked was the money that it was going to generate. That's what they voted for. Taxation
Oh,
of cannabis,
sure.
right? Like, so we call it
Yeah, and if
legalization.
you get
Oh,
busted
this
with
state
over
went
your limit
legal.
of
No,
whatever
this state
amounts
just
are.
decided that they want in on the taxation of cannabis. That's all.
They don't want to. Yeah, but he also brought up
But
not
they
arresting
allow us
people,
to-
not having
Well,
fentanyl, not having
yeah,
fentanyl. Like-
Okay. There's some people that talk like this, but the real root of what happened is that another state is
Are you
looking
gonna
at
go to-
hundreds of millions of dollars that they're going to be able to bring into the coffers from regulating
But
cannabis,
they're also
right?
allowing us
Yeah,
to
Not
either way,
legalizing
as
cannabis.
People aren't going to jail
citizens.
anymore for it.
Okay, that's
The
I
whole
agree
wave
with those
started
things.
in 2008 because of the crash. That's when the wave started. When what states started to say we can get taxes and we get revenue and we can create jobs. That was the big ploy because it was so devastating in 2008.
Yeah,
That's
well,
why
right,
the whole
Charlie.
wave
And the
started.
way I look at it is that the Wall Street, the money people, they had
Mhm.
pillaged every industry on the planet, right? They destroyed the financial industry, the real estate industry, the stock. They pillaged everything. They looked around on the horizon, and the next biggest thing that was untouched as like a total world commodity was cannabis, and they said, "Yeah, but we're coming for that."
Maybe we had to
And-
bail them all out
and we're
because
in
they
the
fucked the whole
middle of
system
that
up because of
happening.
deregulation. All done because of
You know,
deregulation. Who
right,
deregulated it all?
it-
Bush.
Any of these
You're growing
legal
a bunch of
companies
boof.
at this point,
Don't smoke boof.
and I'm sure Minnesota's going to be the same way.
No protections
only
for
way
any kind of consumer at
gonna
all.
be
It's
able
just
to-
deregulation. Do whatever you want.
To come in with a legit place is with huge amount of funding or investment money, right? Because the cost is so high and the investment is so high, right? It's not like, well, we can start small and after a few years we can build our way up there. No, that's a losing proposition in today's thing. The only way to come in is come in with the hundreds of millions of dollars of investor money and start spending and create the big ass place, right? I think Jungle Boys is an example. He started, but he started 20 years ago as a small, buying into a small dispensary during 215 and just was, there are some people in the right place at the right time and rode the wave perfectly, right? But the current model is pretty broken, and only is a huge conglomerate investment at this point, or whatever you want to call that. And it seems those guys play pretty hard, because some of the deals I've heard about that went south, it was all in these little contracts that people were represented, had lawyers, all this shit. But hey, the guy that is a better lawyer, there's a reason for it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. But when the small farmer has to sign a contract saying they're going to produce a certain strain in a certain amount, literally every 3 to 4 months in the contract, and they can't keep that going. Small farmers couldn't do that. They couldn't keep those contracts. When Pat came in, Pat King from Soil King, he's at least trying to help them write better contracts because they were getting screwed. And then once you break the contract, they were out.
Well, it seems like a lot of the
It
contracts
was methodical, it was
basically
orchestrated, and it was intentional.
is to acquire people. So like, yeah, somebody that was successful in some aspect of the business, they make a great sweet deal with, but then a year or two later, the deal goes a little south, because you got to remember, it's performance based. It's all these things that they know how to manipulate for their benefit. That's their game. They've been doing it. They've been doing it to every company in every aspect of our whole economy for 100 years. Now they finally got their dirty hands on cannabis, and they're doing the same shit. How they take over
Everything. Monopoly. Yep, it's going to be a monopoly soon. Well, it already is kind of to an extent, but
yeah, and a few
not to the
people
fact that the
get-
antitrust
It's a
laws.
monopoly in some states. Some other states are pretty lax with their laws, which is kind of cool. Hopefully, it will go federal, so no one can go to jail anymore, no matter what state you're in. But
Once they open they got to open the banking system first. They're not going to do that for a
Well,
while.
I mean,
I still
even
predict they're going
that-
to wait until all the states have the infrastructure in place, and that's when
even
they're going to
that
start
seems like
negotiating,
a huge
and it moves like a
thing.
freight train. Slow.
Because in California, there's a lot of like straight up armed robberies, because
So much money.
like
Cash.
very few businesses have like cash like that anymore. Like
Yeah.
uh
Or at all.
uh
At all.
right.
I go to dance competitions with my daughter and my wife, and no cash at all. Not
Even if you were to
Not a
rob a
vendor.
bank, they say
No
the
vendors
average
take
take
cash.
off of a bank robbery is $3,000, right?
Mhm.
Average, right?
And that's like,
Yep. Yeah.
Right. So I mean, a
Cash in a
cannabis
note.
place is a target, and for them not to have banking, it creates a situation that makes it's insane. Like safety of their employees, because I think there are fatalities in these, because at some point some people decide to try to protect themselves, and shit goes down, and people get killed over money.
and I like to point out how stupid it is now for people to try to rob a bank. I've seen like a couple people trying in Toronto, they get caught, and like they just end up getting caught. So stupid. And we don't condone robbing a bank on this channel at all, or anything illegal like that.
No, not at all. It's
By the
did
way,
learn
the
how
thing
to-
you could do. You threaten
how
people's
to act.
lives. You put endangering people's lives, not just threatening. Excuse me.
it's just good.
You're taking whether
And
they're
you get
insured or
caught.
not. Doesn't matter. It's
And you get
disgusting.
caught.
You know.
So
Mhm,
why
mhm.
bother?
You're doing a minimum 5 years Fed time for each bank you do. Just about. Or
I
5
thought
years.
it was
Well, that's
25 years.
5 to
no,
10, depending on
you're
the
going to
level.
do a minimum, right? And I'm saying a minimum you're going to do is 5 years. But you can do, yeah. I mean, I have a friend, Richard Caporelli. He's dead now, but one of the original gangsters from the Brighton projects there, with FSU came out of Brighton, Mass, and he told me stories how he used to just pull over. He was going to a friend's funeral one time, pulled over to friggin' Newton 5-cent savings bank, just on a whim. Went into his trunk, grabbed his shotgun out, put his mask on, walked in, and walked out with $63,000. This was back in the 80s. 63 grand. He went to the Waldorf Astoria in New York and blew it like he said, like 3 or 4 months, whatever. Didn't leave the room. Didn't leave the room. Had every drug he wanted delivered, which was mainly heroin. But I mean, no, it's stupid. It's not. It's not. It isn't a good career move.
No,
Not at all, man.
especially with all the new security.
I don't condone any crime. Any crime. I don't care what it is. I don't condone any of it. It's
And
just
they got
foolish.
cameras everywhere now.
Yeah, but I mean, in the long run, who pays for all the crime? We do.
Yeah.
Whether it be incarceration or in lost revenue from the company, they're gonna just tax it onto us. That's all they're doing. Doesn't matter who it is.
Yeah.
They're
Well,
not
I
gonna
mean,
eat that.
even in all the money being in the internet, there's like a certain amount of percentage of fraud every year, like huge amount, right? The credit card company, the financial institutions say if something isn't done about it, it's not going to be sustainable. Because basically, if it goes up higher, who pays for it? We do. That's why, like, if you are late on a check, it's $35, or like all the fees or everything is so high. That's to account for this money that they fucking lose every year to hackers and every other type of fraud there is. And like Charlie says, the companies don't pay for any of that. It's all built into the price.
Well, it's funny because a lot of the banking system is like you can't go in there, even if you have $1 million in your account, and you needed, let's say, $250,000. You would have to call the bank and tell them you want $250,000. You can't just walk in there and get it. They don't have it.
No, they'd have to order that from the armored thing. Yeah, that's it.
They don't even have 20K in the bank anymore.
Some still have vaults with like
a lot of ATM machines have over 20,000 in them.
Deposit boxes, but that's personal shit.
Yeah, most ATMs have over 10 grand.
Huh?
Yeah, but the regular banks don't.
Oh God.
But I do remember going into a credit union right after they got a bank deposit, and we took all their 100s and 50s. We were down to 20s.
Well, at some point in the last few years, I started to realize, and I barely understand economics at all, other than in my gut, I don't think money's real anymore. Like the whole system, there's nothing that backs it. The amount of debt, like even in the news right now, we're threatening that same old shit every year, the debt limit and blah blah blah, and
you're saying you don't have a wallet full of Dogecoin?
Like what's that? Like how does that even work? Because the amount of debt by just the major countries in the world is more than the amount of money that exists on the world, right? Or like the whole thing doesn't even add up. There, like once we went off that gold standard thing, like at least then something sort of backed it up. Nothing what backs it up? Nothing. Right? Unless I'm wrong. Like something like future growth.
GDP.
Bitcoin. Ethereum coin or whatever.
I mean,
it used to be you had to have American dollar to buy oil. Well, over the past 3 months, we found that you don't. So kiss the dollar goodbye, people. Well, it ain't gonna happen overnight, but
just looking at the world thing, I don't know. I never hear anyone else really say this, but I think China's main goal is they want the yen to be the dollar. Like the dollar is the world currency, Like most of the world looks to the dollar as its main currency, right? Well, I think China would like to replace us in that spot. And all the bullshit we're going through with them, their long-term goals to get that to happen. And like, yeah, we'd lose a lot of fucking power if that ever happened, because most of our power comes from the dollar.
Oh.
Right, Fumi?
I think the
Sorry, I
biggest
have to be honest.
problem.
I'm focusing on like 5 things. I didn't hear what you said. I should be paying attention, but I wasn't.
Damn,
Well,
mate.
I couldn't repeat it.
I really think that, you know, between China, Russia, and India, who hold the most gold and silver, you know, they talk about the BRICS and coming up with their own type of currency. None of them trust each other enough to, you know, give one controlling power over the other.
I think the cannabis.
Now, but even though they hold that much gold, they're not on like a gold currency. Like their currency isn't backed by their gold, is it?
Well, that's why they're buying, these 3 countries plus other countries are buying so much gold and silver right now, is because they want their currency to be backed by gold or silver instead of like the United States, basically next year's GDP. That's what the dollar is based upon. So yeah, that's the big push is, you know, who has the most gold, who has the silver, their money should be worth the most.
Well, in essence,
there's
what we're doing
got
would be
something
the same
backing it
thing if you had
physically.
a big credit card bill and you were just paying the minimum payment. That's kind of what our country's doing on the grandest scale with $30 trillion debt. They say that like most of this tax dollar is just to service the debt. So all we're doing is paying the fees, right? We're not lowering it any, right? Well, that's a losing proposition. like that's like the worst way to manage your finances, right? Like that's ABCs, right? But yeah, somehow that seems how it works. And like, what if all of a sudden we just decided, well, fuck it, let's reset it. We're defaulted. We're back to 0. Who's going to say it? What's going to happen? Life goes on, right? Oh, is the value crash or what would happen? Your dollars wouldn't be worth anything?
Hey, should we try punching an exclamation point help? That might work.
Exclamation point help.
I can't type the damn thing.
I don't even know what it is.
And it feels like at this point, most of what we consider the money is somehow inside this thing called the internet. Like it is what tells you how much money you have, and everybody else's money's in there too. You know what I'm saying? Like how much
That's
of
No,
like in the last
open-
20 years, how
I
much of
open
money
up the safe,
has been put?
and that
Yeah,
tells me how much
I'm
money
talking about
I have.
like in the world, right? Most money's like transferred to the internet, right? Big deals and stuff. No one brings cash or even writes a check. They just transfer it from a keystroke away, right? So a lot of money is inside what we call the internet, right? In the system or whatever you want to call it. I mean, there was a time before the internet that whatever money there was actually out in the real world at some level, right? Like, which I'm not sure the internet's real world. I guess it is, but we're diving in head. We're diving in head first.
It is now.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's not even new anymore.
The bot's gone rogue.
Now you can kiss someone over your phone.
Nightbot's gone rogue? Oh shit.
Yeah, it's funny. It timed out natural right exists for a minute by itself.
Oh shit, my chat disconnected. I remember Nightbot like has an attitude.
Yeah.
Again. Well, I guess let me know of commands you guys want to have Nightbot do. Links or whatever else. Could be fun. Oh, by the way, we could do a duck race.
Right on.
I have seeds in front of me of grape pie, so let's do grape pie. And not grape pie, it's called surf grape. So the strain is called surf grape, ladies and gentlemen. Throw your name in the chat. 2 minutes starting, I guess, after 20. So
Man, you got me all excited.
you want to have a chance to win surf grape?
No, that's grape pie.
Oh, nice.
I just like
the. Go.
It's not that I don't like seeds. I just like winning duck races.
How does that taste, Robert?
I haven't tried it yet.
Oh no.
No, I just picked it up yesterday.
Cheers, everybody.
Cheers, folks. Is it local rosin or is it shipped from somewhere else or what?
A local source from Michigan.
There it goes again.
Yeah, this guy actually carries red setter's flour too. He's kind of like a distributor. $100 for an ounce.
For an ounce of it? Fuck off. That's awesome.
Yeah, that was $100.
That's pretty good.
And I bought some crumble too off of a gentleman. That was $100.
Yeah, I get like 5 grams for 100.
The top dollar rosin there, yeah, it was like $40, $50 a gram. Some were 3.5 for 100.
I'll show you what I just picked up for 100.
That's weird.
I gotta start trimming weeds.
Nightbot's a little overly aggressive. We're gonna have to.
I figured.
Blame Ryan Krakowski. He's the one that said we should freaking. Well, actually, he didn't say we should have it. He just actually mentioned that they exist. But I thought it was fun, and now actually running havoc. Is this a sign of AI that's going to take over everything? By the way, I'm going to pull the names here. Go ahead, D. What were you saying?
Okay, so everyone so everybody knows, everyone that doesn't have a wrench beside them that are like starched, don't put like over 3 emoticons or you're gonna get see Captain just got timed out. If you put over 3 emoticons at one time, you're gonna get timed out. Just a heads up.
Wow.
Yeah, Captain.
That's pretty lame.
I'm not in chat.
Well, maybe it was something else.
Well, that's not. That sounds like a you problem, not a me problem, Captain 420. Next time you got to be.
Sorry. I'm sorry. It was.
You got banned. Or
no. It was Green Fingers. Sorry about that. I saw Robert.
Okay.
Captain 420. It's Robert Greenfingers.
Gotcha. Good odds, ladies and gentlemen. Not too many names in the chat. Oh, I almost forgot to shuffle characters. We'll have another duck race before we bounce, ladies and gentlemen. I was trying to be mean. If anybody was to win or try to win the next one, we'll have a reminder. I'll get sometimes. Good luck, everybody. This is for surf grape.
Hold that. Go to sleep, Nightbot.
Oh, man.
Oh, I'm not gonna win. Mm.
Smash is a reindeer.
I'm just gonna get ahead for a little bit for you guys so I can spray you all with my farts, and then I'm gonna dip back into the back again.
What did you say about farts?
Well, I was gonna go ahead and crop spray everyone, but I guess I couldn't just get up there. Spoke too soon.
You and freaking poo. I mean, in all fairness, Shakespeare was a big fan of poo and fart jokes. So
He came up with the word butt, man. Come on.
did he? Ooh.
I think so.
I mean, in fairness, I think the word butt meant something else, but like the butt as a person's backside, maybe.
Oh no, as a butt, he was a pretty dirty guy.
Nightbot has its
Star
own.
Wars too. Mozart.
Yeah, I was gonna say it.
Scatological humor.
Look at Nightbot stuff.
Nightbot's got a duck.
If Nightbot wins, do we send Nightbot something? We better, because that might be how AI takes over. If we stiff Nightbot on the win, over everything.
It might win. Look at it.
No, you're 15 seconds away from the winner being at the last place.
It wasn't Cyberdyne, it was fucking Nightbot.
Okay, let's see.
Go, motherfucker.
Hillbilly.
Holy
No,
shit.
here it
Might be
comes.
Bud.
Bud
It might be
Kilowatt.
Bud all the way.
Bud
Oh my
Kilowatt.
goodness.
Here comes Smash.
Bud Kilowatt, you said the magic words. Holy shit.
Congrats, Bud.
Hey,
I won.
Fumi.
I
Hey,
love how the
Fumi.
last couple of races
Huh?
it literally has been some like magic, like I don't know, like seriously some Harry Potter shit. Remember, like Smash was like, "Oh, I want to win
Huh?
that backpack," and then he fucking wins the backpack.
Oh, that's
And
ass.
now Bud is like, "I love winning."
That's-
But
Hey, Fumi, can you send me those seeds so
Oh my
I can
God,
actually
that's
get seeds that somehow were buds at one time? I'm
Say again?
still waiting for the last ones that I won from Bud.
Hey, you
I'm
want to
going
hear
to be in
something funny?
Thailand by the time they come.
So on Saturday
You really,
night,
bud.
this guy that I met and other people told me, yeah, he gave me this bud, and he says, yeah, this I grow for Neil. This is the same weed that Neil Young smokes, right? And I remember at the time thinking, okay, and I took my cigarette cellophane and I put it in there, and I just found it in my luggage. But that night I also had a couple pieces of paper with me. So I was showing my friend, I'm like, yeah, this guy claims this is the bud he grows for Neil Young, which I'm not impressed, right?
I had a guy come
He
the other day.
hands me the bud back and he says, dude, there's paper in it. And I one of the pieces is like the other half. I only took a half and I put the other half inside and it was like smashed in. Like if I just threw it in my grinder, I would have just grinded it up with it. I wouldn't have even noticed it. But now I found it. And I don't even think, no, the weed isn't good. Now, hopefully that guy wasn't really Neil's grower, because if this is all Neil smokes, I feel sorry for the guy.
You got to start going for Neil.
Hey,
Yeah.
I have kicked
Send him
out
a-
Mika Nelson. That's Willie Nelson's son, who's in Neil's band. Mika Nelson. Like, yeah,
You grow
one,
weed?
it was years ago. and he was into smoking wax. I gave him a bunch of wax, and I gave him bud at another show. But yeah, I've never gotten close to Neil before. But if I did, I would have. That's what I always got a few buds ready for that situation if it ever happens, and it happens.
That's awesome.
Often. If you put yourself in the right spot, you know what I mean?
This is what I just got for $100. I got a quarter of Super Boof, a quarter of Gary Payton, and an eighth of Tropicana Cherry.
Well, what's your favorite so far?
I like the Super Boof.
Mm.
I haven't smoked much of the other ones yet, though. I've been wrecked on fucking hash too all day, so it's hard to tell.
Nice.
Nice. I have a friend. She met Tommy Chong and smoked a joint with him in like a secured area. So I think that was pretty cool.
I got to smoke with some crazy people before. I get to smoke with Capadonna and Wu-Tang all the time now.
That's dope. They're coming to Toronto, eh?
Yeah, they're doing a tour.
Mm-hmm.
I've smoked with Psycho Stick, but not a lot of people know who that is. They do that.
Nope.
Beer is good. Beer is good. Beer
Kind of
is
a
good.
fun segment. Like, who's the most obscure famous person you've ever smoked a joint with?
My mom.
Wow.
Should have said your mom would have been a lot funnier, I suppose.
Your mom.
Both are honestly very good. Very good.
Yeah, I am stoned.
Hey, so
I supplied a music theater for a few years. That's a long list, Jimmy.
yeah, I had a good compliment this one night. So there was these like two couples, and they were all four lawyers, and they were sort of straight, and they were drinking, but they were straight. You could tell. And then at one point in the night, I'm pretty sure it was a Don Mega joint that I was smoking. And then the guy tells his wife, he says, "Oh, that one smells like burnt tire." Right? They guarantee you they weren't stoners, because the next night, the one lady, right before the show started, was like, "Yeah, that was cool last night, but I can't handle breathing in any of that smoke tonight." Right? As she proceeded to get shit-faced drunk and talk through every fucking song.
Every show.
Right?
Oh shit!
Right? But
I
it
hate
did,
those
like
people.
on the second night, I left my seat and went down to the cigarette area to smoke, just because, all right, if it bothered her, whatever, okay, that's the way I am. But the night before, her husband was like, "That one smelled like burnt tire," and I was like, "Yeah, that's right, that's some good ass shit," because that's the idea when it smells like a burnt tire.
I smell burnt toast.
I had a guy come over and do the heat, fix it, and I was sleeping. And they let him in and stuff. He does the work, gets heat going, comes upstairs, and he's like, "Oh, see, you get some really nice tomato plants down there. I'll definitely take a tip." They just deflected and said, "It's not mine."
I'd still ask for my tip. That's okay.
I get a couple. We just gave them thousands of dollars for fucking oil and then to fix it.
I've talked to some pretty famous potheads, though.
Well, you
And
guys
how
were
much
talking
is
about
your
what you're
harvest
smoking.
worth?
These are all different jars from either uplifted or solventless and dying breed, and some of the strains are Hollywood Pure Kush.
I think your camera just went off.
Yeah.
Back, Fatso. Some of them are full melt.
You need nothing like that, and the prices here are
But
fucking
now
so crazy.
these are like from top producers.
They're
Guarantee, like I
60,
don't know how to
70.
rate it and all that, buying it in bulk, right? Like meaning a zip at a time. You're lucky to pay between 50 and even more, depending. Like some like
Yeah.
and
The cheapest in Michigan was 40 is on a zip.
yeah, and some of it, I mean, I kind of just know is like the amount of work, the amount of material, the return, the whole, yeah, that's what it is. Oh, there's lesser quality stuff. There is, and some of that's pretty good. Not no, you know when you got the real deal shit, and most of this, even though these all look brands and all that, no, you're not finding any of this shit in a store. You know what I'm saying? No. That's not how the
You're muted, D.
No, he's not.
You got
I'm
a yellow
sorry.
loop there.
That's not where you can find like the really top level stuff in California. No. And if a store even has such a thing, I would hate to know what pricing they're at.
Yo, Oni has his own
Yeah.
rosin.
Well, like if you follow Oni, then you should recognize this label because that's
Finally got that
that's
Lime
what-
River Rose going.
the uplifted farms. I don't know what's going on between them, but some of it is some of the rosin. We had some of it. It was this haze. It was an Oni thing, and I've hung out with Oni. Oni is really personally like what he's really into is like hazes and sativas and stuff like for his own consumption. And so when not that much rosin is that, or some is, but I think he was really impressed with this. I forget what haze it was called, but it was a rosin that was in the same batch.
Like
and most of the people that produce this are single source, small batch. Yeah. It's not like
I got a small batch.
And when they have some more, it'll be different and different varieties. You know, they're constantly, I don't know what you call them. I guess single source.
Chris,
I don't know the words we're supposed to use. Craft is like craft, and to be honest, the washing thing is art and craft. Like when you see some of the finest stuff, you realize, yeah, there's certain people that have really mastered the craft of freezing and freeze drying and pressing and everything. You know, yeah, I think it is a talent. You know, there's the basics, A, B, C, and you know, but some people seem to have risen to like a higher level. You know what I mean?
Yo, did you guys know Sunny D makes Sunny D vodka now?
Well, most likely they're conglomerized in some they're bought up by some huge beverage thing. It also has alcohol and yeah. In the Seagrams, like, the old man died, but it's these two daughters that run Seagrams and are actually like they've taken the Seagrams thing from, one of the alcohol brands to a much bigger level in their reign. I think I saw a story about it. They're the two daughters of the Seagrams.
Yeah, they've got like
40,
50 million in the cannabis too.
Yeah, well, they became a big thing.
So does the Beam family. They own one of the largest ones in the company. The heirs to the Jim Beam fortune. They got
Yeah, that's some old ass
These
money
industries.
that they've been making money
They
like
get my money.
since the 30s or whenever prohibition ended, right? Pretty much those alcohol brands have been cashing in every day. Selling hooch. And somehow they don't think cannabis should be legal or whatever. That's crazy.
Other cocksuckers. Oh, did I just say that out loud? Oops.
I think this year for the 4th of July, me and a couple of friends are gonna throw down some money together. We're gonna go to Phantom Fireworks because it's always buy one get one free, and each buy like a couple mortars, like a mortar rack. Do a crazy show this year.
Yeah, you know I'm down, brother.
Can we just talk about this?
Yeah, Monday night.
That's right. Yeah, I was having
Last night, yeah. I'm thinking today's
Yeah.
Wednesday.
So this is what I'm smoking.
Right on.
Frosty smells good.
Good. Oh, so I was at the dispensary earlier. I don't want to be an asshole. Like the bud tenders are not paid enough. They're not trained. You know, I'm not going to make fun of them or something, right? But I just don't really ask the bud tenders for a lot of information. Partly because if I were to ask them, they would tell me, in my opinion, some goofy stuff. So I was looking just at a variety of jars, and I was kind of sniffing the jars, and I asked for one, and I asked for cherry chem, and the guy pulls it up, and I'm curious what you guys say if he said, "Oh, this is," he said one word. What do you think he said? Cherry chem. What do you think he said? This is
Chem dog.
This is a what? Smash, what you say?
I don't know. Chem dog. I got chem dog.
Cherry flavored.
Yes, but no, that's not what he said. No, he said it's an indica. And I thought to myself, I don't think it is in any way. Like the cherry comes from sativas, basically. I don't think there's ever really any cherry that comes from an Afghan. And chem is not an Afghan. It's not an indica. It's basically a heavy hitting sativa. It was kind of a weird thing. I mean, it was kind of hard nug. It did look hard nug to me. And I thought to myself, like, it's not going to put you in the couch. That's going to be strong weed, but it's not going to put you in the couch. I
Chem
don't know.
dog is different for me. Chem dog knocks me out.
All right.
Sure.
I don't smoke condone.
Did I hear you don't get cherry from Afghani? Is that what I heard?
I think you do. I mean,
I think-
by the way, welcome back, Flora.
I think you do actually.
Do you? All right.
Yeah. Yeah, because you look, it's definitely not from the Hindu, right? And like you look like cherry pie and stuff like that. Like that's the lineage. You
And-
look up.
It seems there's a cherry flavor that comes out of CBD cannabis.
Yeah,
though,
it's like there's
too.
a cherry Afghani, like a cherry Afghani CBD plant for sure.
You know what? There is a
AK
cherry in but I thought that was a hybrid. I guess you might be right. Maybe it is just a fucking Afghan. All right.
There's a lot of cherry cannabis
AK.
hemp ones. There's like cherry Bayox,
Cherry.
cherry blossom,
All right. All right. I stand
Black
corrected.
cherry.
cherry. I
Garcia.
was going like 3 or 4 of them.
Well,
Yeah,
all
I
right.
think-
So I stand corrected. So what do you guys think that cherry cam, not knowing anything more about it, what do you think that would be? What do you think the high would be on that one?
Cherry Kim.
Mhm.
Well, I had a cherry Kim that I'd got from what's the name of them? South Fork Seeds. They did a cherry Kim that was amazing. I think they have it in like 4th generation now. But it's a cherry pie to a Kim dog, and it's amazing because you get the cherry pie, like that flavor, but you get it with like more. It's even more pronounced. Like it's more fuely. It's like a better cherry pie.
And you know, I've realized I have
Filipinos that
I
I
have a
found.
couple people that always ask me like, oh, is this indica or is this sativa? Like, and like most of the things I always tell, I call the name brand or hype strains, grow all these strains. I don't even know, right? Some I can look at plants, some of them are like really what tells me the most is fat leaf and thin leaf, which seems to be a new vocabulary in this. But all I ever say to those people that ask is, oh, it's a hybrid. Sometimes I might just due to what I think say, oh, it means this way or that way. Because most of everything is that at this point. Like I 10 years ago or so, like especially when Bubba was around and Master Kush and a bunch of other things that were like, no question, those are pure indicas, right? Right.
That's
Oh, you're right. Most menus
And
these days
I
are
guess
just
there were things
polyhybrids.
that were pure sativas, around during that time too. But at this point, I don't see that definition in the different stuff I see out there. It seems like everything is just some hybrid.
Yeah, and it's
One-
very hard to actually tell percentages of a hybrid. You know what I mean? It's 25% indigo, 75% sativa. You know, it's harder than you think to narrow
and
that down.
like also,
Yeah, I
what
think
is the lineage of the
I mean,
plant
urban
that
poison.
like if something was called cherry and chem, well, what was the lineage? I mean, you're saying that's the chem what, and you've had that the whole time?
We're thinking this might be the cross. I mean, we don't know, of course, because stuff
But
gets
you follow what I
but
mean,
this is
though?
a plausible name.
Most likely that's like something that's been hybrid. It's a leaning chem that somebody's bred out, or you follow what I mean? Like everything is very few things. The same plant is out there. You know what I'm saying? So it's been put in seed form, and most of the time in seed form, it's not always with the two parents, right?
And you can cross it with a hemp plant and have a THC only strain within like 4 generations, I think. Give or take, maybe 3 if you're lucky, but I think it takes 4. Because the first strain, you'll get half of them will pretty much be.
I staff this conversation.
What's that, Flora?
I said, I guess I missed about half of this conversation. What was the topic? I mean, what was the like, what root was the root to this that you guys got to
They're
this?
trying to find the roots of cherry.
Oh, where the origins of cherry come from? I think it's Afghani.
I mean, damn, I stand completely corrected. See, I thought it was from mostly sativa lines. I guess it makes sense. You know, the more you guys basically spit out names, those all make sense. By the way, I'm just looking for some random dispensary here. Let's look for
Cherry
Nectar. Nectar's like a corporate place, so we'll just basically use that. We'll do Beaverton Hillsdale. There we go.
Like I know cherry wine was a really big one for hemp.
There's a strain called Cherry Bomb that used to be really good before all the pies and all the
Mr. Green Jeans.
Cherry Bomb was bomb seeds, I believe.
That was Mr. Green Jeans. I'm sorry.
Green
Oh, yeah,
jeans.
see,
And
looking up the-
Cherry Bomb 2, I actually used, and everything I hit it with, including diesel and Jack Herrera, it gave that cherry terpene to that flavor. And that was one of the first sesquiterpenes I've ever came across in 2004.
Yeah.
But I'll never get to see the seeds that were promised to me now. I don't talk to that person anymore.
Look at how many dispensaries there are in Portland. Sorry for the disappointment, Captain. Sounds like
That's all right.
fucked by another cannabis shithead. Basically, there's a lot of them. Those people will have they'll have a short shelf life in cannabis. You know, like cannabis is becoming legit, and even if there are a bunch of snakes and everything else. Still, on the whole, the people that work in any industry basically remember who all the shitlords are, and they end up basically not working with those people in the future. And those people will end up, missing out on a loan, or they'll miss out on a lease for a building, or they'll get reported when they wouldn't have gotten reported for something that might have been minor. You never know. Like, somebody will screw them at some point. It might take years for it to happen. I'm not talking about karma. I don't really believe in that. But, those people, eventually their shitty business practices will come back.
I got a question though. So when you frequented a few dispensaries recently, when you go in, is there customers there already? And while you're there, are more customers coming in, or is it pretty bare? Customer wise.
Oh yeah, no, most
Yeah.
dispensaries are pretty hopping, honestly.
Oh, see, now when I go by all these places I spot in LA, they look pretty bare to me.
Really?
I don't, maybe I just happen to
What is-
drive by, but no.
Yeah, I have a different experience in LA because I go to quite a few of them in LA, and almost all of them.
Orangutan titties.
I have to wait at least,
See, I don't really frequent them. So I just, the ones I see don't seem that busy.
Green
And then
Dragon, you go,
again-
it's like
Is that
14
okay?
at all times.
We got a lot of. I wish I could show that in my area, because we got a lot of illegal dispensaries by us, but a lot of them are dead. I'll drive by them; they're dead now because there's so freaking many. I don't. Thank you.
The
Crazy.
thing that I haven't used. Well, I used to use it back in the medical days, but the thing I haven't used is there's delivery services, like a lot of the dispensaries.
I
do now.
love them.
And yeah, there's a billboard like not too far from the house here on the highway that says hour or less. Yeah, it's like right on the highway. It's like an
That's
hour or
pretty-
less guaranteed. I'm like, this is like almost Domino's was 30 minutes or less back in the 80s, but this is like almost
I'm
as
gonna
good
head
as
down
Domino's.
We assess
A lot of my
the
deliveries.
situation.
A lot of my deliveries are up to 2 hours, but I'm fine with that.
In the medical days, it'd be like, oh, we'll be there within 2 or 3 hours. It'd be like 6 hours later. You call them up, they'd be like, oh yeah, we're really busy. Sometimes they wouldn't even show up. But like the recreational, like I've heard other people using it for the rec, and it's supposed to be pretty good, like pretty reliable.
We
But,
had this
you
one.
are going to pay a little more money because you kind of. I'm not saying you're obligated, but you should probably morally give them a tip, and so it's going to cost you a little more than if you would have drove there, probably.
Yeah, and that's what I was gonna
Look
throw
up,
in there too, Flora. I was gonna say I'll throw a tip. Like I always toss them $5 for a tip, and then eventually when I use these guys, certain ones on a regular, they'll throw me free shit, free pack of candy, free gram of hash sometimes.
Tip them
Pretty
good.
dope.
Yeah,
Treat
definitely.
people good, they treat you good back.
Yeah.
Yeah. What the hell?
That's what the shitheads need to start realizing, that if you stop being a shithead, your life will get better.
The company I'm working with in Thailand, their delivery is 30 minutes or less,
Is it Harry?
and they have people throughout the city.
Nice bot.
Oregon. Look up Oregon.
Or Chiang Mai, places like
Oh,
Chiang Mai
that's a good one.
but Bangkok, I can see that for sure.
And Chiang Mai, they also deliver
What's
there too.
Yeah, it's a tourist
Yeah.
thing. Yeah.
Yeah, there's like 2.3 million people. It's a 120 kilometer, 130 kilometers from my house, but it takes like 3.5, 4 hours to get there.
Yeah, there's no way in America. There's nowhere in America except maybe New York that can compete on density levels of anywhere in Asia. They're crazy dense with a lot of people.
Yeah, Bangkok is. Oh my God.
So what is this? $10 grams. These are old school prices.
Located.
Oregon's supposed to be one of the better companies. I heard there's a company Fire out in Bend, Oregon that's pretty good too, but I don't know.
Yeah, a friend of mine told me a couple different ones that I should go check out the next few days or next couple weeks, whatever. What Treehouse Collective is one, and then actually I have heard decent things about Oregon recently. I met, I guess, their head grower at least a year ago. He was their head grower. I don't know if it's changed or not. Seemed like a really sincere guy. So he was trying his best to learn more about organic and in that case regenerative jerk off motion cannabis. Anyway, but no, he was sincere about it. Anyway, I'm not being sarcastic about him. So I'd be curious what their quality and everything else and the whole company. They went through a really expensive lawsuit with one of their first head growers and blah 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 blah, and they both sued each other. And but I mean.
Justin Cron one.
Business, yeah. That's
Sure.
business, honestly.
Yeah, that was a horrible situation. That was not good for him. And then they like kept his product and shit. It was a lot of bad stuff that happened with that.
It's a good one too. I don't know.
What's that, Smash? You cut out.
This place Fire, Fyre.
Oh, I've heard of them. Yeah.
I think it's farther away. I think it's in
and they also have a farm because I've definitely smoked Fire Farms weed. I think.
Yeah, I would imagine Ben being how nice and upscale it is, that they would only have good shit there. Dispensaries.
Maybe. Yeah, I don't know.
Pretty nice place. That'd be one of my selections.
Hillbilly, just stand by there, buddy. Does anybody knows Hillbilly Herb on Instagram? Hillbilly Herb, are you on IG?
Yeah.
Is he?
Do they have dispensaries on the coast, like on the ocean in Oregon?
Yeah.
Or are they like moratorium counties, more conservative?
Are you asking me? Oh, do they have dispensaries? Yeah, there's dispensaries all over the place.
Like up and down, there's the 101 over there.
Oh yeah.
There he is.
Yeah.
I
want to say basically everywhere in Oregon. I guess a couple counties in eastern Oregon are a little bit like not grower friendly, but I think they still have dispensaries. Yeah.
I see.
And straight up, like fuck all the beach towns, Seaside. I remember I was there's 20 dispensaries there easily.
Okay.
Yeah, so they're a little bit more progressive than California in that aspect, because California we still have counties like San Bernardino County, and then there's still parts of Orange County where like no dispensaries.
God,
but they've left it. Yeah, it's crazy. So like I don't know if you've seen I'm sure you've seen Bend too, but San Bernardino County is as big as like Rhode Island or something. It's huge.
The biggest county, I want to say. Yeah.
Yeah, but even look at this is Fire. Their prices are high.
Well, I guess the question is the quality good? I know Resin Ranchers is supposed to be quite good. They're I think predominantly organic, no till.
Oh no, they have the cheap shit too. $60 ounce.
Doghouse is pretty good. So it looks like they specialize maybe in a little bit more of the higher end weed, which I guess tracks with what you're saying. Even the strains, Scooby Snacks, Zoinks. Oh, look at that. They have the Belushi Farms.
I heard Belushi has some good strains.
No, I have not heard good things about that. In fact,
on his promo on his
I watched the show because it's funny.
He's probably a good actor. I mean, I don't wish him failure. I don't wish anyone failure. But I also watched his show years ago. His like sitcom. I don't remember what it's called now, but I remember laughing at it. So
the thumbnails on his promos for his show like his entire crop in big glass jars sitting out in the sunlight.
Yeah.
Like the amount of hours they took to stack all those jars in the sun, and then to take the video.
Probably never seen the weed.
Like, get a fucking clue, dude.
He's probably never been to the farm, never seen the weed. They're just paying him for his name.
I mean,
No.
for anyone who's not kind of paying attention, if you put a jar in the sun, what do you think happens to anything inside that jar? Basically, have you ever put like a piece of glass? It doesn't even have to be a magnifying
Heats
glass.
up,
Like it fucking
moisture,
yeah.
turns it
So yeah,
right
it'll
to
sweat.
hay.
It'll get nice and hot in there. Like it'll basically be boof, right? Like garbage, basically.
Yep.
So from the show, he has a main like farm that he's involved in, and then all these companies are licensing his name from him.
Yeah, dozens of them. He's a
His farm
franchise.
somewhere. Where the fuck is his farm?
I don't care. No, he's a
Southern
franchise.
Oregon, I
I
would
think
say,
Colorado.
yeah, most of the sons. Southern Oregon is going to end up being one of the like Napa valleys of weed. It has really, really good climate, a little bit drier, a little bit hotter than the Willamette Valley is. Willamette Valley is going to be exceptional too, I think, but Southern Oregon is shaping up to be just this absolute freaking perfect place, basically for weed growing. So we'll see. We'll see
You
how
ain't
the
seen this
water
Minnesota
situation is
herb
because
yet.
that could be pardon.
You ain't seen this Minnesota herb yet. The Michigan boys thinks they know what's up.
That's fair. I mean, honestly, that's fair.
Send it to us.
Oh, is this the picture?
Yeah.
That's one of them, yeah, with the jars. But they must have set them up like 20 different ways. That was probably like an all-day photo shoot in the sun.
Yeah.
Southern Oregon.
Those are absolutely terrible storage containers. That
Yeah,
shit's
it's not gonna be one
that shit's gonna degrade so fast. Not to mention probably not totally airtight.
Whatever.
But it'll sell with his name on it.
On the list of celebrity people, he's probably one of the least harmful, I would imagine. Hopefully.
The last episode
I
watched,
wonder.
he was begging
I
Dan
want a
Aykroyd to
list
give
of
him
all
rights
the
to Blues
celebrity
Brothers
weed.
name.
You guys were kind of talking
Sorry,
about each other.
sorry, go
What's that?
ahead.
What's that, Ryan?
I would say the last episode I watched, he was begging Dan Aykroyd for the rights to get the Blues Brothers name rights for him.
Good luck on that. What the fuck?
He already got it.
It's nice.
Yeah, I think he said yes.
Fuck. What was I saying? Well, apparently, it wasn't a good idea.
Sorry about that.
Said you wanted all the celebrity weed.
Oh yeah. I want a list of like all the celebrity weeds. Like there are so many. So I've actually looked to try to find a list to like see how many celebrities have one, and it's actually harder to think.
Isn't Be Real
If you
kind of
come
got
to
the best
California,
one?
just look at
What I hear-
California, where they got probably 3 dozen of them just in California alone.
Is
Maybe
it
more.
Be Real's Dr. Green Thumb or something like that?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Be Real. And Dizzy Wright has his, and Willie Nelson has his.
Who was the one that had the moon
And of
rock?
course, Wiz Khalifa. Well, he's Jesus.
Moon Rocks is Corrupt from Dog Pound.
Oh, I found it. Well, I kind of found it because this isn't all.
Leafs by Snoop, created by Snoop Dogg. Willie's Reserve.
Ice Cube has
Nelson John's
his.
Choice. What else? Oh, it's like formatted wrong. That's okay. Corrupt's Moon Rock. Corrupt.
Yeah, it's Moon Rocks. They're actually good.
Fuck Kourtney Kardashian. When I think of weed, I certainly think of Kourtney Kardashian.
Would be Goldberg.
What? Definitely not. Oh, yeah.
Holy moly.
Yeah, but this isn't the whole list. John Legend.
Wow.
I know System of a Down has some.
No, I was looking at something that on there that there's a company listed there that I worked at. It's I didn't know that was the owner. It's holy shit.
Oops.
There's definitely more collabs.
You know
You
what
know?
the Rolling Stones should have? They should have fucking cones. You could have the Rolling Stones rolling cones.
That's a good one.
That's clever.
Rogan, Jay-Z. Tommy Chong. Yes, he says some of it out. I knew how
Oh,
much.
really?
Bob Marley, his family was born.
Seth Rogen.
I don't know. Urkel has one.
Yeah,
Wiz, obviously.
that's done already though. That purple Urkel like came and went. It's pretty much, I think, pretty much flopped on its head.
Method Man.
Who is the football player?
Oh, Ricky
Mike
Williams. Ricky Williams is a
Little
football
Wayne.
player. He has a sticky
Yeah.
Ricky.
Mike Tyson.
Mickey Hart, Grateful Dead drummer. Santana.
Okay, Jimmy.
Who's that? Oh, NBA star Al Harrington.
Be real.
Who's that?
Cypress Hill.
Cypress Hill.
I don't know, most Etheridge, she was a singer, right?
Yeah.
Nelson. That's the last one.
And they're missing. You know who they are missing? Are you talking about people like Bro? They're famous to have their own strain.
I mean, that like have
No.
These are all people that are like celebrities that have brands in the
Yeah.
recreational market.
They're
They know
missing.
this,
They're
but most of
missing
these
Mike Tyson.
none of these celebrities are really connected to the brand. Like none of them grow.
Yeah, Tyson smokes a lot.
They just got their name on the label and they're investor at some point, you know.
Yeah, D.
Mute that shit.
I just saw him on a show. He was just puffing away. Tyson, you know.
Yeah.
they
I
came out
wasn't a
with
huge
like
fan.
ears that have a
Yeah.
bit taken out of them for edible.
He has ear gummies.
Yeah.
Ear what he said, but fuck.
Yeah, I think someone should get a kickback on that one. A
Yeah.
piece of the pie.
A piece of the ear.
They like Holytail said something and they were like, nah, it's just an ear.
Next station. Here you go. This is the no joint toe.
Funny thing is, if you see Tyson now at any interview, he is stripping his balls off on shrooms.
I enjoy a good microdose.
He doesn't he eats handfuls, man. It's crazy.
Legit handful smashed?
Yeah, he
Like
eats
you
a ton.
just squashing them down? Yeah. Oh, that's cool. I like to see that, man. That'd be cool to see. Just to say I saw it.
Yeah, I'd like to see Mike Tyson on like 6-7 grams of mushrooms.
Right. I think he'd light
I
up
think
that
that'd
dude
be
on the
hilarious.
plane.
I'd like to see
Oh,
Mike
months ago.
Tyson. I'd like to see Mike Tyson fight on 6-7 grams of mushrooms.
Yeah, he actually thinks he still can get in the ring. He's thinking about it. Yeah. He actually thinks he feels better now than he did when he was in his prime. I saw an interview with him just a few weeks ago. He was on Omar. He was saying how
That's not a small
he'd
amount
like
of
to get back.
So when you eat 4 grams, that's what it said, right? 4 grams.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't care who you are. That's a dose. That's a nice size dose.
Yeah.
That's a head. That put me on my ass. I only need like yeah.
I haven't taken them in so long, man. It's been 20 years plus. Man. I wouldn't even know my fucking name.
I took less than a gram of what they call Mirmac mushrooms on Sunday and was shredded. Like it was only less than a gram. I couldn't imagine eating any more.
Right on.
the night before, I
Big four.
took a half a hit of paper, and that was plenty too.
Bonjour, Christophe.
Bonjour, Christophe.
Big force, Christoph.
Big respect, buddy. Holding the
Oh,
fort
you
down
freeze?
over in France, bro. It's pissing.
I froze.
Right on, smashed.
Mm.
Translator, obviously, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool. Very cool.
Thank you. Where'd he go? There he is.
There he is, right on.
He's back.
All right, Christophe, baby.
Big
Good
force.
evening, my friend.
Yeah, good morning. Good morning.
Bonsoir.
Yeah, good morning to you, Christophe. I don't even know how to start that one. Good morning. How do you say that anyway? Is that what you just said, Smash?
Bonjour.
No, it's morning over there, right?
Bon matin, I guess. I don't know.
No, I said I'm sending your seeds this week.
Oh, sweet.
Right.
By the way, we need a better word than or like a better job title than cannabis breeder. Every time I say cannabis breeder or seed maker or anything else to a couple of my friends, they fucking laugh. Because apparently it conjures exactly. It conjures like the notion of like in a dark room, you're like giving it to the plants. Just so everyone knows that's not what's going on.
Like you're a fucking dog breeder or something.
I mean, you don't give it to your plants on its special nights?
Oh, the ignorance is profound. True.
Am I the only one that gives it to the ladies?
Water these first. The other.
That's what she said.
Huh?
All right, last joint.
Yeah, as soon as I get these in the fucking oven, I'm gonna definitely
I'm gonna ask the AI what it tells me.
It's been fucking rainy here for the last couple of days. Like
It's gonna
bad.
rain all week until Friday.
It snowed here.
Sucks to be you.
Holy shit.
This one has a face in it.
Cannabis geneticist. All right. From now on, I am a genetic cultivation specialist. Although
There
that
you
makes
go.
it sound like a
Engineer. I'm a like the old gas when we were pumping gas, we used to call ourselves petroleum export engineers.
A propagation
kids.
engineer.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Just all bullshit.
Cannabis
Sounds good, though.
only fans
That's right.
creator.
These titles emphasize the expertise and scientific approach involved in creating cannabis seeds, if you please, rather than simply focusing on the breeding or seed making aspects of the role, or for people who are not acquainted, the more tawdry imagination they might have.
Are you cooking your rice
Good
one
job.
grain at a time again?
What's that, Ryan?
I asked Captain if he was cooking his rice at one grain at a time again. Or Charlie, whoever that was.
Oh, me? Yeah. Can you guys hear me?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. No, I'm cooking my burritos. Yeah. I got to thaw them first. And I doctor everything up that I eat. So especially if it's a frozen thing. But I eat these organic. They're pretty good, actually. Organic burritos, bean and cheese. I'll doctor them up in the oven. Really cook them because I like them scalding hot. So, but yeah, one kernel at a time, one husk at a time.
Boom.
That's it. It's all in the prep.
Procure of the only cannabis only fans. You probably get more respect.
Maybe. I mean, that's true because people know that the OnlyFans chicks make like 20 million a month. So like, yeah, I guess that would work. At first they would be like, wait, how what? But they would hand wave it. They'd be like, I don't know, there's probably millions in it.
You gotta get OnlyFans chicks to take
you
hits of your weed and blow it into a jar and then sell it to the guys.
No, you just do slow mo's of you shaking your plants and the pollen flying off into the.
That's better. That's better. Puffs in a jar.
But you have to have a sound going at the same time as the pollen's coming off. Something.
By the way, for anyone who's trying to report this show, we are joking. We are not actually
Yes.
serious things. This is all literally.
You know what's a huge
I only
seller?
get
Speaking of
farts in my jars
canned
from
hits,
OnlyFans
bottled
girls.
hits. You know, it's like a huge, and I mean, like it's a multi-million-dollar, if not billion-dollar business now. Is canned pure oxygen for people that work out. Yeah, no shit. It's a huge, huge thing.
They sell them for hiking and stuff.
Yeah, exactly. You know, especially high elevations and just people that
Also
work out in
good
general.
for like light asthma attacks or
Right.
Yeah.
I just
When
found out I saw him on
bands-
Shark Tank.
When bands play at Red Rocks, like part of the stuff they leave them in the green room are those cans of oxygen because it's mile high and a lot of people they get these headaches when you go there. When that
I can
headache
be
hits
prone
you,
to those headaches as well at high elevations. I can get that.
Yeah, when you hit the
was
oxygen,
it high altitude sickness?
That goes right away.
They used to have oxygen bars.
I've been to one of those.
I sell farts in
I
a
haven't
jar on my
been, but-
OnlyFans. Ladies, farts in a jar. Find me.
Speaking of ladies,
Cats.
listen to this. A second superintendent school, Springfield, very poor city in East Hampton. Out by Springfield. It's a very poor city. I mean, it's the poorest city in the state. Could be close to the poorest city in the Northeast, for Christ's sake, Springfield, Mass. But they're looking for a new school superintendent. A month ago, they had a candidate. They were about to sign a contract, and he responded in an email, and he called a couple of the board members ladies, which they are. They're women. And they wouldn't, they rescinded the offer because he used the word ladies. Second one, so they pick another guy, no bullshit. Yesterday, they did the same thing. He was negotiating, they hired him basically, but he was negotiating his time off, and he responded to the women as ladies again, and they rescinded again, called a microaggression. Are you fucking kidding me? Come on, man.
We should sue the hell out of them.
Isn't that just jammed? Yeah.
that's
Just
true.
using the word ladies. I mean,
Springfield actually is doing all right now that they threw a casino in the fucking mix. They have
no, they're not. No, they're not. They're not at all. No, they're not. First of all, and I'm not trying to say that disparaging to you, because they're doing a little bit better, but it takes so long for that money to get into the system to begin with, for them to even benefit. But it's not even that. They were only going to pay this guy 150 grand. That's it. And it was non-negotiable. That's nothing. They were a poor city. You go to any other friggin' reputable or, rich state like us, the superintendent's making friggin' $250,000, minimum $250,000.
Depend on
Springfield's just horrible. It's desolate. You go to the city and there's nobody on the streets. Literally, the businesses are all shut up. It's a shame. It's a real shame. The casino, it's going to draw in, but it's not going to draw in the locals. Might give them a job, paying a minimum wage, but it's not going to it's not going to help the locals out because this is a casino with their money necessarily. The state's going to get the money and they're going to divvy it up from there. Yeah, they're going to get some tax revenue from it, but no, when they're paying this new school superintendent $150,000 a year, it's a joke. I make, not close to that, but kinda. And I'm no superintendent.
They got 2.1 million in taxable sports wager revenue was generated in the entire month of February.
Super Nintendo Chalmers?
That's a big fuck. It's like a.
There is 91 million here in Ohio, at one place in Ohio.
I'm trying to
But
think.
here's what you don't
2
understand
million
about
square
those
foot
casinos.
palace.
Unlike Vegas and even Atlantic City at a point, most of the money that comes to town is out-of-state tourist dollars. When you start having local casinos pop up, Indian casinos, other casinos, their clients are the local community for the most part, right? Like that's what the stats show. And so all the money that they make, that they do whatever they do with, the jobs they create, everything that's there is coming off the backs of all the people that lose money, most of which can't afford to.
Yeah.
Gambling's a habit like everything else. It's just legal.
Yeah.
I stopped at a
all.
casino in Pennsylvania. They had a sign as you walked in. If you leave your child in the car, we will prosecute you.
That's just
That's
horrible.
bad.
Yeah.
Americans, the car gets super hot. It takes 5 minutes to get to like 120 degrees.
What the hell is that sound?
Oh shit, is that me? I'm unmuted still?
Yeah, hang on. What? Hey, whoops.
Fucking getting tired.
Cheers, everybody. It's 420.
Cheers, folks.
Fire in the hole.
I'm gonna take this last dab. I gotta trim weed tomorrow.
I was just thinking about leaving kids in the car. I used to leave my dog in the car from time to time, but I would always have to think like, okay, can I travel? Can I take my dog with me? You know, can I park and leave the windows open? I'm not going to leave the windows closed or something like a fucking animal. But I mean, I would always think like, okay, how hot is it going to be in the car, right? Because I don't want my fucking friend to die. But I would often like to travel with him. He liked to travel with me, so I'd always think like, okay, maybe I'll go to the grocery store in the evening or in the morning or something, right? So I'd kind of play around that. But I've definitely seen people drive their car and park it in the fucking daytime, like in the sun. That's some crazy shit. So I don't know.
I just saw something on YouTube, actually, just a short, and they had to break the window. Some strangers broke the window open on some guy's Prius because he had a very long-haired dog in the back seat in the middle of the sun down in Texas. And they smashed the front window just to get the thing.
Well, like I said, the car gets super hot within just a few minutes.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
I'll say the only good thing.
You tell them there
Say about Elon Musk is that his stupid car has a dog mode.
Yeah, but it doesn't work in the back.
Oh no.
Yeah. Now you turn the dog mode on and it basically will leave the AC on with the car off.
I think Priuses can do that too, no?
The problem with the Tesla one was normally people put the dogs in the way back of the Tesla, like in the cargo area, and it was still getting to like 120, 150 degrees back there because there's no vents piping that AC back there.
Sure, it'll get better.
Leave their car in the trunk.
Even the fact that they even did it's pretty awesome. It would be cool if more manufacturers had a dog mode.
Yeah.
Because like you said, people do like to bring their dogs. It pisses me the fuck off when I see somebody with their dog. I live in the desert. It's cold, it's hot as shit. It's 90 plus. 8 months.
Oh yeah, you can't. Yeah, not even.
Even if you leave the windows wide open, it ain't gonna do anything.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm right there with you.
Yesterday I pulled up, I went to the store and there was a car next to me that was parked and running and it had 3 like toddlers in it with no adult. That shit, I went nuts.
Yeah, but
I went fucking nuts.
when I was a kid, it was way different.
Yeah, but you don't want to do that in California. People they'll steal the car and the kids.
Nowadays, yeah. When we were younger, dude, my parents left me in the car, running into the store real quick, and park right out front.
I don't know. I'm just, I'm very protective of kids. I don't think they should be left like that.
Unattended.
I also learned to drive at like 5. My
What's
dad
the
was.
deal there?
My
Did
dad
you
was an
drive the
instructor.
family tractor in Sicily or something? What's the deal there?
No, my dad was.
Artillery at
So
9.
when he like stopped doing the band stuff, he really loved motorcycles, and he would do car training too. So he worked for a safety council, which did like road tests for motorcycles and cars for like 20 years, 30 years, 28 years, something crazy. I forget exactly how long. And he would like, as a little kid, they'd sit me on the lap, and it was like a course, and I would just drive the car.
That's kind of cool.
My dad had a Trans
I have
Am
a
back when I was
funny-
a kid,
Nice.
and it was a brand new one that he saved for years to get. And me and my little brother were like 4 and 5 probably, and my brother, my mom had it running out. I don't know if it was running or it must have been, and he got it in neutral or in the drive, and fucking we went down a hill and hit a tree in our fucking backyard. Fucking totaled the car. Me and my brother were fine though.
I had a dirt bike like, yeah, I was really young. I had a little 50 big wheel Honda. Was my first dirt bike ever. The thing was sick. I think it was from like the 80s.
I like how we're harassing Nightbot.
My
I
first ride
can't
was a Honda
stand-
3-wheeler. It was a 110.
Fuck you, Nightbot.
How was that Night Court song go?
Yeah. Yeah.
Fuck, I haven't seen that shit for like 15 years of that.
Mm.
I picture the bailiff, the bald bailiff named Bull. I forget
Yeah.
who remembered the name in chat before me, but that's what I picture when I
Bonnie
picture
Miller's
Nightbot.
my time, man. That was my favorite show when I was, well, one of them. But Bonnie Miller, man.
Jack Sue, man. He was the best on that show.
Yeah.
And Fish, Abe Pagoda, Fish, man.
No,
Mm.
Jack
Yeah.
Sue, the
Yeah, man.
Chinese guy.
Yeah.
That guy was always the funniest, I thought. Fuck.
Where do you hey D, where do you rate the Red Green show in your your ratings? Do you like it?
And just remember, folks, if you don't, what's this fuck? Now I can't think of how he says it. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
good.
It's a
If
great
you don't
show.
think they're helpful, at least just find you handy.
Yeah, if they don't find you handy, at least they find you helpful, or no? Yeah, if they don't
Something
find you
like
helpful,
that.
at least they find you handy. Keep your stick
Yeah.
on the ice.
That's right.
think
That's
this was
that's AV, isn't it? Yeah. It's funny as fuck.
There was like
My dad
you know
became a
what all
member
this
of.
dirt bike is back from like the 80s.
oh, those 50s were dope.
That's my first bike I ever had, was one of these things.
I remember my dad donated
those
to that Red Green Club,
They're
and he got a
super dope
duct
for the
tape wallet.
trails. They had the nice tires, nice wide tires.
Right on. Oh, thank of his kind.
Then I stepped up to a PW80. And then I went to a 125. Then to 250.
I went from my little 110 ATC 3-wheeler to my Yamaha Enduro 125. I think it was like a
Dude, I used
79.
to- this was my pit bike back in the day when I was older. I used to whip this thing around the neighborhood and I'd go visit friends on it.
PW?
I grew up with the YZ series. 125 was my first.
I like CR250s. I always have. And Yamaha.
Like
Yamaha.
Kawasaki.
I had a
I had a
Banshee when I was
Kawasaki
13
250,
too.
but it had blue gas tank. It was from the 70s.
Those Kawasaki's have always been fucking good bikes too.
My neighbor had a KX 500 that was a fucking beast. He used
Dude,
to
the
race Baja with it.
KX80.
Remember, he used to get big like 50-gallon barrel, or maybe they were like 20-gallon barrels of VP racing gas, UPS.
As a kid, this was the bike you wanted. The KX80
Absolutely.
two-stroke. This thing was
Power
a
band on that
monster.
thing is sick.
For a little bike, this thing ripped.
Yeah, that bike or the Yamaha. Honda had a good bike too back then.
Those were the three big companies, and then I like
They were all
Suzuki.
KTM a lot, but they're just so much money.
Suzuki's got the RMs too. They're decent.
I've never
Can-Am.
ridden Suzuki.
Suzuki was amazing. They have these little tiny engines, but they have tons of power. They're good bikes.
My brother had an ATK and my neighbor had a Can-Am. They both have Rotax engines. They're both Canadian made. Or no, ATK was American made, but Can-Am was was Canadian with the Bombardier motors.
Hey.
Rotax. Thing's fucking ripped. Brap.
That's what there's a go-kart class that is Rotex motors, 125. They call it direct drive, so there's no shifting. Those, yeah, it's a whole division. Everyone's in Rotex engines.
I had a Banshee when I was 13 years old, or no, when I was in 8th grade, I had a Banshee. I saved up for it, fucking all my snow plowing money and all my feeding the cows, feeding the horses and the fucking bears and shit, scooping bear shit.
I used to have a Banshee, but then I got rid of her. She's a bitch.
I would love a Banshee again. My buddy's got one.
Things are fucking insane.
They were released. I think Suzuki did it. The Quadzilla. It was a 500cc four-wheeler.
That's the LT 500.
Thing was fucking nuts.
Or else another big one was the Honda's 250R fucking three-wheeler.
But once the Raptor
one of them with like
660 came out,
the axle extensions on them, those things are fucking boss.
once Yamaha came out with the Raptor 660s, they kind of took over.
Everyone around here drives Polaris 4x4s.
Yeah, see, I wouldn't be caught dead on a 4x4. The closest thing I would do is a Warrior 350.
Yeah, they got reverse at least.
Exactly. And they're decent, like, sport bikes. You can ride trails with them. They're quick. They can be souped up. There's an aftermarket.
Yeah.
What tag does that have on?
We were talking about it the other day. I was like, I really want to get back into, like, dirt bikes, bike driving.
That's not a minute.
We used to go trail riding all the time out here.
That's a corner.
A couple of like pretty big OHV parks where you can like literally
Like my group of friends, if someone wasn't riding their bike, they would let another home ride it for the day.
Let me show you a trick because
So
it matters.
I always had a bike to ride.
So like when you go after a leaf like this, you grab it right here and just snap it.
Was he talking to us? I was like, is he telling us how to do this?
Well,
Little tutorial.
Yeah, we're
he's
talking
getting mad
to
at
us
one
or
of
we're
his
talking
one
to
of
the
his
helper?
helpers.
was helpers.
I thought he was talking to a worker.
His workers
Yes.
are breaking plants. It looks
All
like.
right.
See,
My
He's
favorite. What's
teaching
your
his workers
favorite?
how to
street
super crop,
bike?
or he's teaching his workers how to super crop, or he's bitching at them for breaking plants.
thank you.
Shimmy, you ever ride motorcycles or anything?
No, not really. I don't have anything against them. I basically would enjoy them if other drivers weren't so shitty. That's basically
Yep.
what
I can see
Oh,
Jimmy on
no.
a Vespa
Like,
Piaggio.
back road. Like going on bike rides on the back
like
roads
that.
is the best feeling in the world.
Oh, I can imagine. Yeah, absolutely.
Wow, horses.
My dad had the balls to ride on interstates. Like,
Grew up, yeah. I grew up knowing a couple people who got fucked up by motorcycle accidents, and even though they told me like it was their fault and everything else, that was kind of made it worse. So yeah, I've always had this kind of weird relationship with motorcycles. But again, I don't have anything against them. It's just like, I don't want to crash. I don't want to. I don't want to have what happened to some of my fucking relatives.
my dad had a buddy crash in a pack, and he was wearing
It's
one of
worse
those.
if you survive a crash sometimes. So much worse.
Well, the thing is, nowadays there's so much technology, but they back in the day when they were wearing those bucket brains, they would crash and their head would hit, and that helmet wasn't protecting them. It was pretty much a bicycle helmet.
Yeah. I had one friend, he cracked his bell, motorcycle helmet, hitting the telephone pole. He went like a spear right over the freaking handlebars. Cracked the helmet. Yeah, Rose.
Nowadays they
I
have
crashed.
pants and jackets that inflate as soon as you fall.
Yeah, you don't get that road rash. So that's gonna kill you most likely than anything else.
I was cruising down a snowmobile trail with my Banshee one time. Like the trail itself was hard packed because they have like a machine that goes over it. But on either side of the trail, there was like 2 feet probably with loose snow. And I had my cousin on me, and we were 8th grade, and I was I had her pinned, and we were probably going like maybe 75 or something like that. You can't get quite full speed on snow like that. But like we hit a drift, and we both hit each other's helmets, and then we both like we were like 50 feet away from each other from the four-wheeler. Like if we wouldn't have been wearing helmets, we probably would have been pretty fucking concussed, if not worse. But we fucking just got back up and fucking drove home and explained to my dad that I shattered my front fenders.
Like a belt sander. Whole bodies. What that road turns into when you freaking.
I've still got a burn spot on my fucking shin from when I was probably like 12. When I was going around a corner on top of a hill on my three-wheeler.
So sexy.
And the hill had a whole bunch of little trees on it. And
that's the
long story
Raven
short,
on
I
black.
ended up like 12 or 15 feet off the ground with my three-wheeler on top of me with the fucking recoil burning a hole in my shin. And to the point where it was finally where I like got that superhuman strength and pushed it off me. But that fucking Honda, that thing rolled down the hill like another 100 feet or so. I mean, and so many times. And it was still running. I rode it home. I wasn't allowed to bring my three-wheeler grappas anymore after that, though. So that sucked.
This thing is an inline 4. I want one of these. This is like my dream bike. I've crashed. I flipped a four-wheeler on myself once going up a hill. I didn't see a rock, and I literally bumped. I hit the gas, hit the rock, and it bumped the four-wheeler up in the air. And I was already on a steep ass hill, so it just tumbled over on me.
Oh, I was gonna say, Smash, you're more into what you call those, more the racing bikes as opposed to the, what do you call that? It's not like a European style. You call it more like a racing bike instead of like a cruiser. What would you call that style?
Yeah, like the Grand Prix sport bike style. I like cruisers, but
in my go-karting career, it got to where the higher the level you went, like when I raced in the Super Nationals, or the bigger races. Yeah, that's where the dirty little tricks happen, where you're not even sure what the hell happened other than you got flipped airborne and spit out of your cart at like 70 degrees and your day's over. You know what I mean? And then when people describe what happened, oh yeah, the guy behind you like clipped your tire or some stupid shit. And you just have to call it part of racing. You know what I mean? But I've had some epic ones. Like, because one thing about go-kart, you're not strapped in. It's like you learn, it's like a motorcycle. So you want to get as far away from it as you can. and the seat is molded to hold you in to a degree, right? And usually what happens when you crash bad is you break your ribs.
I'd go with
That's
something
just-
like this, Fume.
Yeah.
They're called crotch rockets, by the way, to me.
What would you consider something like this though? It's
Ladies,
big bike.
there's no sock on my
So that's a
crotch.
cruiser, right? Because you're sitting up upright basically instead of kind of forward like those racers. I would say that's more of a cruiser.
I
No?
mean horizontal.
Yeah.
I like these though. This is just as fast as one of those sports bikes.
Hmm.
Maybe even faster.
Hmm.
People are like turboing them. I think this is the new. Hold on.
Just gonna look up.
Yeah, so the one I was just showing is turbo too. So once you start adding power adders, you can tune way more than just the engine. You can tune boost, like add more boost without, it becomes a problem. They're quick.
Hmm.
And at that point, you're riding a missile. Like, and you got to think about it like that too, because like,
Oh, I've seen the videos of like basically every sports car you can think of, lined up at a light and revving their engine next to a bike, just some random bike, and then the bike just takes off like a bullet, right? Like they always beat everything, Ferraris, you name it, Lamborghinis, everything.
power to weight ratio, man.
Pardon?
Power to weight ratio.
Yeah, I suppose so. Like you said, it's basically an engine that you're riding. I was thinking about this the other day, how bizarre it is. Like, we have all these car thefts and break-ins and stuff here in Portland lately. There's actually, unfortunately, a lot of kind of petty crime in Portland lately, but, car thefts have actually been a real issue. A bunch of friends of mine, basically, that live downtown or around downtown have had their car, even just like shitty old cars, broken into, not even nice stuff. But I was thinking to myself how kind of bizarre that is, because we used to treat horse thieves really harshly, like really harshly. You'd hang them, you'd fucking shoot them right away. Like in some places it was like shoot horse thieves on sight, blah, 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 right? And yet we basically changed that now. Not that I'm condoning, murder for fucking car theft, but I'm just saying, like, aren't cars basically modern day horses? So like what changed? Do we not think as seriously about our cars as we did about our horses? I don't know. I was just kind of thinking out loud the other day, but I was thinking quietly. Now I'm thinking out loud. But wouldn't that be funny if you like hung car thieves? It wouldn't be funny exactly, but it would be interesting.
I don't know. Things have gotten way different now. Even from when I was a kid, car thefts weren't as like prominent. Even now, luggage, like dude, you park your car somewhere in like New York and you leave luggage in it, you're probably gonna get your window smashed if you're not out in 5 minutes. And it's in Cali, it's everywhere.
People were jacking cars quite a bit in the 80s. Like a lot. Especially, a lot. Detroit.
In the
Chicago,
70s.
New Orleans. Like they were
Yeah.
jacking
I knew kids at 12, 13 were doing it.
Yeah, they were
Big
jacking.
biz.
What they're doing now, there's a whole like
Talk shop. Here it comes.
Kia boy thing in, I guess certain Kias are super
They're
easy to
super.
steal.
I heard that.
What's Puff Smash? Say that again.
Certain Kias are super easy to steal.
Hmm.
Well,
Yeah,
the cars now that just shut off. If you try and
Yeah,
steal
I
a
guess
car,
they can-
you
they
get
can
so
clone
far
the
and they
fob.
shut off automatically.
I guess there's certain Kias that they can clone the fob if it's not unprotected. There's certain other ones.
Don't Teslas do that?
No,
They shut off automatically if
this is
it's not
dumber.
the right
This is
driver.
This is dumber than that. So they rip off the steering wheel, they rip off the key spot, and all you need is a charger, the USB fit car on.
Huh. That's crazy.
So wait, it's a
Literally-
TikTok social media challenge. How is there like a car theft social media challenge that is legal? How is it that we get shut down on YouTube all the time for our cannabis shit, but there are TikTok car theft challenges?
Yeah, dude, Kia boys.
Fucking real though. Like, what the fuck is this society?
And I've
doing?
seen cartel like
Beheadings and shit, and they fuck with us for talking about weed a little bit.
I've seen crazy cartel shit showing like cocaine and stuff, chicken fighting.
Fuck that.
It makes you think like why like I don't know how that flies under the fucking radar.
Yeah.
Illegal dog fighting, cockfighting, fucking fight clubs.
Yeah, dude, there's an underground fight club channel on YouTube.
Makes me think how bitch made the trolls that report like my channel are. Like, if they wanted to actually make some change in the world, they could report some of that shit, right? Like, for real, like that stuff is available on YouTube, and they spend their time reporting this. Like, do they think they're making the world better by crapping on my channel? Like, I don't know. I probably shouldn't talk about that kind of stuff, but for real though, if you wanted to make a, I don't know, like if you thought to yourself, oh, Fumi's terrible, okay, but there's worse things than me for sure. I don't know, whatever. I'll shut up. Gentlemen, I think
That's
we're gonna
crazy, hillbilly.
Sorry, I interrupted you, D. Oh, they just recovered 500 stolen vehicles in my area. The fuck, they were in sea cans ready to ship.
Yeah, that's usually what happens with stolen cars. They go over. VIN numbers don't matter over there.
And I meant exactly right. We do not condone or partake in any of the aforementioned activities.
No, we're just talking about news.
For conversation's sake only. We absolutely do not. I feel like that should be obvious, but just so it's said clearly, we do not condone the illegal purloinment or whatever. We don't condone the theft of cars. There we go.
That's crazy too. That's hillbilly Herb was in my area too.
What are we doing something on the 13th? Saturday?
Well, it would probably be a D takeover if he wants to. Let's see here. Yeah, Saturday the 13th. Why do you ask?
Because I just wondering. I'm gonna do Terp Town and should be hanging out all night. Probably go live from there.
Sounds fun. Right on.
Hopefully it's pretty fun. I know Terp Town's gonna be fun. That's what we're gonna do after. I think Marshall's coming down. Charlie's gonna be there.
I'm gonna be there. Yeah.
This Friday is the American-Mexican holiday.
Plans.
And don't forget the next day is Mother's Day.
That's right, on the 14th.
So call your moms if you have them still. If you don't, call your dad.
I'll be calling all you guys.
Buy our favorite weed project. Right.
Your mamas.
I was just thinking about.
Hey guys, I'm exhausted and my food is done. Cheers, guys.
Catherine.
Love you guys.
Like
I'll see you. I'll
Hey,
see you in the next
Charlie.
one. Cheers.
Later, Charlie.
Cheers, Charlie.
What were you saying, Fumador? Sorry.
Oh, I was saying the prayer for Saint Catherine or Saint Karen is I'd like to see your manager. Say I'd like say 5. I'd like to see your managers and call me in the morning.
Speaking of Karens, have you guys seen the new restaurants coming out now? There's got
Oh, they've been out for a while.
called Karens.
They like
called Karens.
Yeah, they talk shit to you and stuff.
Yeah.
They throw like they put hats on you like dunce caps and shit, and like throw napkins at you. If you ask for straws, they'll throw a handful at you.
Do feel bad.
They swear at you. They swear at you and everything.
Karens. It's
Funny.
unfair that name has been like turned into
A meme.
What can you do?
Dude, did you guys see that fucking crazy thing in the news? The cops went to a wrong house and the guy opened the door with a gun and they shot him.
Oh, that's like a Monday in America, dude. Yeah, that's like literally every other day. They just shoot someone on accident, and then
It seems like I'm watching all these fucking lawsuits and stuff.
it's ridiculous, dude.
We just
Yeah,
had an officer death here in a small town. I don't know where.
an officer death. What happened?
There he is.
An officer
fucking
caused death,
awesome.
or
There was
death of
a
an officer?
domestic dispute call in a town of 30 or a town of people, and 3 cops were shot. One of them died.
You kind of cut down a little bit. The cops themselves were shot.
Yeah, he said 3 cops shot, 1 died.
And one of them. Yep.
Actually, he's an ex-cop now. He's a gun YouTuber actually now, and he reviews like police footage and talks about it. He says some of the most dangerous calls are the domestic violence ones.
Yeah. I would like us to shift our culture, though. I don't have any problem with. I don't have any problem, but I mean, I don't have a problem against cops. Really, I don't go around
me
flipping them
either.
off or something like that. But I do kind of dislike the culture that has developed, where the cops basically tell everybody else, really, and they kind of believe it themselves that their job is the most dangerous job in America, which is just not true. Like there are a ton of more dangerous jobs, and some of them are super mundane, like crab fishermen or garbage man, all these different electrical linemen. Those are all more dangerous
Yeah, he
jobs.
beat me to it.
Yeah. And it's
Lumberjack.
hard to say that it's not like, I mean, shit, you can get shot as a cop. That's obviously a really, really serious consequence. I'm not going to fucking belittle that in any way. But I would like us to kind of pull back from this really adversarial relationship right now. Like, it's a really weird situation in Portland right now. People have been talking about it. People joke about it when you go to stand up, basically. Like if you go to a comedy club or something, almost every single show I go to, I'll hear somebody joking about how there's no cops. They'll make a joke about how the cops are coming, and then they'll literally follow that up with, oh, just kidding, there's no cops. Literally every fucking show I go to, there's some version of that goddamn joke, because it's true, because apparently the Portland cops are on silent strike. The fuck? For 3 years. Okay, all right,
I've heard
I guess
that.
that's the thing now. But we have this really adversarial relationship, and evidently the cops don't want to talk to the city council, and the city council doesn't want to talk to the cops, and it's just apparently not a very good situation, and not a solvable situation apparently either. That's really fucked up. It shouldn't be like that. I shouldn't probably talk cops on the show, but I don't know. It's weird when you think about that kind of stuff. Anyway.
I don't know. I seen. She was a cop in one county. She was at a bar. They overserved the fuck out of her. She crashed, flipped her car over. No one was really injured, but they tried to like cover up the DUI type shit.
And no one was injured, at least. Yeah, fuck.
Yeah, that right. Someone didn't die. Fucking. But like, it's always like that. It's always like that. If a cop's like, if something happens in their department or whatever, they try to keep it quiet. And it's like a silent code. Cops don't tell on other cops. So the good cops won't tell on the bad cops.
The thin blue line, right? Yeah.
People just keep their mouth shut so they can get their pensions.
I suppose so. I mean, I guess that's pretty common in not in every, in a lot of fields. I don't know. Honestly, we probably shouldn't talk about that.
With the authority they have, though, there should be a little bit more.
That's the thing. They have basically life and death authority, which I feel like is kind of undervalued. They don't really treat it with the severity that it deserves. You know what I mean? Like they're basically trained for 6 weeks or something.
That's
like cops in Germany and Denmark and a lot of Taiwan. They're trained for a couple of years, right?
Yeah, maybe you go to school for 2 years about law. Like. And a lot of the time it's ex-military and stuff. And I'm not going to lie, like the military fucks people up. It does. Like all my friends are fucked that were out there. Like they have horror dreams. They wake up fucking PTSD. It's not good for a person with that mindset coming home from a war to be a cop. And the thing is, they get to the top of the list because of their military services. So like they try to give them the job, but I don't think they're mentally stable right out of the court, you know?
Honestly, that's fair. When I think of a few friends that were in the military and then became cops, sheriffs, law enforcement in general, and a bunch of them did have, because we were friends, I knew about it, had long-term mental health issues. That's fair to be a little bit worried about a position of about a person in a position of lethal authority still having. I mean, everybody potentially has mental health issues. I don't care who you are and what field, but that, you know, your average neurologist doesn't carry a gun to work, right? Or your average garbage man doesn't carry a gun as part of his job, right? So yeah, no, that's fair. Interesting point.
I mean, a firefighter is different. Like I know if in military,
Firefighter doesn't carry a gun as part of the job.
Exactly. Stuff like that, I think would be good for them. But I think if they want to be a cop, they have to do more like people. They have to do like more people training. Like, dude, in the military, it's totally different. Totally different. Like you're pretty much there, especially if you're in red zones and stuff in wars. You're at the brink of survival at all times, getting shot at. You know what I mean? That puts a human mind through things. Not sleeping for days because gunshots and bombs are going off. But yeah, that's just, I don't know. I think they should do more training for sure. That's all I'll say.
I agree. And more conflict de-escalation as opposed to escalation, for sure. I mean, I've said this before. I had a
Yeah,
few
but wait,
experiences with the cops on the show.
they at some point in the years, they went from being community-based officers to military-based tactically. So that's why they hire everyone out of the military, because
9/11.
like even, yeah, they were giving them all the surplus and outfitting them basically just like they were going through war zones. And some of that's like what the public doesn't really like that, right? Like that kind of policing. But that's what it's turned into in a lot of places. Some places have tried to make their police force less military, but some places have all out the way that they operate. Like I remember being pulled over or having contact with one officer, being arrested by one guy. Like he didn't need 20 people to come out on his call. But like I've noticed in whatever year, yeah, there's there's like triple backup to like everything they do. And that's like military style training. You know what I mean? That's how they operated over there. That's how they operate right here in our own streets.
I mean, in fairness, some of that probably is in response to the dangerous situation of cops. I don't want them to be fucking attacked or feel threatened or anything else. That's not normal either.
I don't want anyone to get.
I mean, you know, when they pull you over, or you see someone getting pulled over. I've had friends that got pulled over literally for speeding, and all of a sudden there's 5 fucking police cars. That's
well, I mean, this was over 25 years ago, but I remember a stat that was like a JIT stat in the warden's office that like 78% of parolees that have contact with the police once they're released will have a weapon on. And well, that's a pretty high number. Some of this was like when the 3-strike law first came out, it changed the game slightly because you never knew if somebody just had a record or if they were facing 25 to life for anything they did because they had a strike, right? And that created a situation where every once in a while you run into somebody with nothing to lose. And then now they don't, because they've kind of done away with the whole 3-strike law. But to curb the heavy crime wave of the 90s, that was the solution. Like this archaic 25, if you had 3 cases that they considered a strike, it was mandatory that you did 25 to life. And some people got sentenced to that with like one thing that had violence, even a robbery would be violence, but like a petty theft could be your third strike, or even possession of weed could be your third strike, way back. And they locked up a lot of people in California during that time. They're still doing that time. That's some of the problem they created. I
I want
worked
to
for
say I
the
remember a
ward
movie named Three Strikes.
as the clerk, and there was the 2 years after the implementation of that, and the governor had ordered every warden to submit a report on the effects of the three-strike law on the prisons and the correction system. This thing was this thick by the time we were done, almost 18 months. And it went over every issue and pretty much everything that lady, Sylvia Garcia, she was the warden. Yeah, exactly what happened. Like even at that point, one of the things I remember is, yeah, this was a level 4 yard I was on. That's the highest level. And it had a certain percentage of what they call parolees, short timers, mid-sentence people, lengthy sentence people, and what they call lifers, right? Because if you put too many don't give a fucks in one place, you have a big problem, right? So they would try to, like, you know, keep it sensible by having some people a short amount of time, all this. And that the three-strike law was going to throw their ability to manage the yards that way, each 1,000-person yard, and that was going to create this thing. Today, most of California's prison system is in what they call ADSEG, administrative segregation. So basically, they've stripped them of all privileges, and they live in their cell 23 and a half hours a day.
That's where all like gang leaders go and shit.
Well, now they basically just anything, like they just anything that happens, that's where they put people, because it's easier to do that than try to manage the population that over time has gotten real. There isn't even parole anymore in California. So like there's no such thing, right? Parole officers? No, there's no such thing. Only on like rape cases and certain violent crimes, gangs. Okay. But the run of the mill parole that used to be the big catch, you know, like that was what people would just keep going back their whole fucking life on parole violations. They got rid of that because, yeah, like how many people are you going to lock up and how much money is it going to cost and how many prisons you're going to build. Now they're trying to farm it out to private prisons. Some states, you realize in some states, you can get sent to prison and then they send you to some state, 4 states over, where a private prison holds you because that state doesn't even have its own prison system because they're expensive to run. Like one thing I learned about the budget of our state, California, prison has like certain percentage of it, except they have an override on all the other education, all the other sectors. In most years, they pull money from everywhere. It never's on budget. It's this huge.
I think the sheriff's position is one of the more corrupt positions in my political like hierarchy.
Well, sheriffs run jails. Prisons are run by the governor of your state. Is the, like in this state, most states I know of, he's the head of the prison system, right? Like if anything, like, yeah, appeal wise, anything, even within the core, he's the chain of command. He's the governor of the state. And jails are with sheriffs.
For profit.
Even in California, they got to a point where like people that are sentenced to just like drug cases, maybe it's 10 years. They don't actually go to prison. They spend 10 years in the county jail because there's no
which
room
is
in the
worse.
prison. Yeah, those aren't outfitted for people to do
Yeah, you don't get TVs and iPads or anything.
or exercise or any program, jobs, things that are necessary. Well, at this point, we've abandoned any sense of rehabilitation to anyone in the system.
Around here, there is still. I knew someone that he was younger. He got caught up. He was from Brazil. He was on probation. He got arrested for, I don't know, doing something stupid. And then he got arrested for something pretty serious. And he went to jail. I think he did like 5.5, 6 years in county. And the day he got out, he got deported. And the only reason he did it, he pleaded out to it, is because he was kind of scared of state, you know. He did it though, every day. He didn't get no parole. We still have parole though, regular parole. Yeah, but it sucks because it's all for profit. The phones make more money than they spend in jail.
So we were just talking about that the other day, haven't they? Or Bud Kilowatt, well, he's busy, I guess, right now. But they just basically changed the rules on that, right, with the phones. But I realize now that that story has fallen out of my head, and I don't remember any of the details.
They need to because they charge.
Well, it was a huge scam, right? Yeah, it was $5 or some shit.
It's worse than that, yeah. But they don't. That money they make is private, whatever. But the amount that is spent, like they have numbers, like it's like $100,000 a year to house somebody, 70 to 100 grand a year. Yeah, it's very like the taxpayers pay for it.
$100,000 a year, but you get $2,000 worth of food a year.
Right.
Well, like the corruption happens like, okay, when the governor changes, so do all the contracts. Like
look at how much money these phones make.
Before I was the warden's clerk, I did 3 years. I spent about 6 months as the procurement clerk. And that was preparing all the purchase orders of everything the fucking prison ordered. Milk, eggs, massive amounts of everything. And what you found out is the vendors were all related in some weird way to somebody in politics and the governor, right? And I was in there when the governor changed, and yep, that's when all that shit changes, because he gets to pick who gets all these gravy contracts where you're supplying a prison eggs that you're just making a profit on every day of the year. And they're
so
not
there's
even
some
eggs.
places
They're 5-gallon buckets of like egg, whatever yolks or what, like already broken eggs. Yeah,
Arkansas,
and powdered eggs.
Arkansas, Michigan, Wisconsin are like 20. Arkansas's $24 for a 15-minute call. Michigan's 22. Wisconsin's 21.
All right.
It's pricey. And they charge you, like, I don't know. I know people that called like 3 times a day. It's all for profit. It's all money. It sucks.
The idea of for-profit prisons is really repulsive. There's never any. I mean, when you think about it, any things that you like need in society, for me, that just kind of doesn't make any sense. I guess I would argue healthcare and all that kind of stuff also doesn't make any sense. But especially something like the power of keeping people in cages, that just should never be privatized. That should be always a monopoly, I think, of the state. Even though I guess that puts all the power in the state's hands, but I mean, it would be either way, even if it is privatized. Yeah.
I think that if the state, here's the thing. A lot of prisons and jails are understaffed dramatically. They're begging
They do
people
that
to work.
intentionally, yeah, like every other corporation. Yeah, they understaff them just to see what they can get away with, and the guards are put in danger as a result of that. Yep.
Guards are doing almost 24-hour shifts at some places. Well, all right, I'm gonna get out of here. Everyone have a good night. Be safe.
Here, Smash. I think we're gonna follow you out here not too long. We're gonna hit the next 20, I guess, and then bouncy. Nightbot is
Yeah,
not
it's only
recognizing
10
the
minutes
Mama
away.
coming in. I'm very offended by that. Maybe they have a content filter. Let's see here. Does it use coupon? It's just not responding at all. All right, so it looks like Nightbot just won't say yo mama. That's a shame. But the command is there, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully we'll get back to it. But in the meantime, hold your horses. Don't put your names in the chat yet. But at the 20, we'll do another duck race for something. I've got something here I'm sure that I can give away, and we'll put people's names in the chats. But again, remember, don't say anything too early because the participants list or whatever only counts people for like 2 or 3 minutes. I'm not 100% sure how long it is, but it's like 2 or 3 minutes. So, nice looking wheel, Korkowski. Are you doing mostly glow in the dark ones these days, or do you just like to look at glow like UV light stuff?
I'm mostly glow in the dark shit. This one's an old one again, but I'm still just haven't quite finished it. Doing touch up on it still.
It's cool. Have I asked this before? I might have asked you already. Have you carved the paint? Like once you paint it up, have you carved back through it at all, or?
Not this particular one, but other ones I take caulking and like make it 3D. This was a little bit 3D, but
That's what I was kind of thinking. Yeah, like I guess you'd probably have to put more paint than I'm visualizing. Maybe I'm visualizing more paint than is actually on there. I guess now.
well, the more paint you put on them, the brighter they glow. Like this one's got a bunch of layers on it. Glows a lot brighter.
I gotcha.
This one's got some 3D on this side, but I don't know if you can really tell from there. But like this. The newer ones I'm doing have a lot more 3D to them. Like this one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure.
You can kind of tell that or not. On this side, I got really crazy with it.
Oh yeah, for sure. I heard it's strongly vaginal, Jeffrey.
The one thing when I see all these you do, Ryan, it's very psychedelic. It's even on the phone, very small screen, your box, it jumps out like right through the screen.
That's what I'm going for. Thank you.
Ah.
If I can make one person strip a little bit sweeter, then my life has been worth it.
That's a nice goal.
Hey, I could. My band right now is 4 pieces of my partner Sky's art canvases. They're very psychedelic and they're big. Yeah, he's an artist. He paints, and he usually like partakes when he really paints. It's like that's his thing, and it's abstract colors. And would you stare at it? Yeah, they're psychedelic. I don't have any. Well, I have. Well, give me 1 second.
People always make fun of abstract art, but again, sometimes when you have an open mind to some abstract art, it can be really moving. There was a painter called Mark Rothman. He was actually from Portland, believe it or not. but he became very famous, I guess, in New York. And he was famous, I think a lot of you will recognize what I'm talking about, for these. Actually, a lot of people don't realize how big the paintings were, but when you see them in a picture on a book or something, or in a book, they'll just be like a rectangle with like 3 colors. It'll be basically maybe a background color, like right at the edges, and then it'll be like orange, yellow, blue, or something. It's literally 3 colors. And people don't realize, of course, that the canvas is literally like 10 feet fucking tall and, you know, 5 feet wide, whatever. It's a really enormous thing. And as you stand in front of it, there's kind of a texture to it, like Ryan is talking about it. Like as it was painted on there, it doesn't show up in a magazine or in a book or something, but there's this texture to the paint, a little bit of a 3-dimensionality to it. And it's just this enveloping, basically, of color. And Rothko was very good at, he wasn't some kind of a fucking dummy. It's one of the reasons why he's so famous now. He knew how the color wheel works, and he knew how color science is basically developed, and how the different thinking about colors and what's the word I'm looking for, emotions basically plays out. So as you stand in front of one of his paintings, you can get this, and it's actually very common to get really emotional responses. Yeah. So for example, some people will be like, "Oh, my kid could paint that." Well, first of all, your kid did not paint that. Second of all,
Well, this one follows the rainbow, the Roy G. Biv sequence.
Pardon?
This one follows the Roy G. Biv sequence, the red, orange, yellow, green,
oh, right on.
blue, indigo, violet, in that order. I'm kind of a art
Realizing
nerd.
we have like 4 people coughing on the show.
I'm
How
sorry.
do you know you're no? Actually, honestly, there's no need to apologize. How do you know you're on a stoner show? Because there's like 5 people coughing.
Okay,
We should have
here's
a
one.
drinking game one of these days. Like, oh, I love it. Here, let me show you. Oh, there we go.
Oh yeah.
I came across a really good Larry OG.
It's
And
a
then
little bit
there's
of
a
a
smaller
psychedelic
one.
take on Botticelli's.
And even because Captain met Sky a couple weeks back. I'm going to show you this one next. Hold on. Hey, dog, stop. Go outside.
Medic is saying I'm not messing with AI or Nightbot. Even Wozniak is out of AI. The way I look at it is we have no other option than to mess with AI. So you better get used to it, or fucking, I don't know, used up or something. I don't know how the expression is going to go. AI will probably come up with the expression, but fuck, I don't know. You know, it's all come out so fast. It's really ludicrous. It's the 5th month of this year, and basically AI came out like the last month of last year. So for the last 6 months, we've been talking about it, and it's changed a lot of stuff, and it's going to keep changing stuff. There's just no.
No, there's
Okay.
enough. You have enough output there for the deep fakes to be really believable.
Fakes are going to be an enormous problem. Your entire contact list will be used against you. They've already started to use crooks have already started to use deep fake voices of kids. So, for example, teenagers and stuff. They're on Facebook and Instagram, whatever the fuck, whatever, I don't know, Snapchat, wherever the fuck people are talking, they can basically pull they only need a couple of minutes of your voice, basically. Like you said, I'm sure the deepfakes of me could be made that fast because I've got fucking dozens of hours. You only apparently need a few minutes, really. Apparently, there was a piece of software that came out the other day that you can basically deep fake into other languages with literally a couple of minutes of, let's say, in English. And then you can basically deep fake like Richard Attenborough into Hungarian if you want to.
There's a video on that's going to be coming out this year too, that you just need 3 profiles of your face, your left, your right, and your front. And from that, it can do it'll know how to do all facial expressions with you and shit. And like the samples that they were showing were just crazy how good they were. I don't know if it was NVIDIA or I can't remember who did it, but
you might be right.
Now, Captain, you still here, Captain?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Now, what does that look like to you? Who does that maybe remind you of? Captain. Doesn't it ring any bell?
DuckTales? What am I saying?
Well, I think it looks a little bit like Pigpen Ron McKernan.
Genghis Khan?
No, he was the
Bang, Sawyer.
guy from the Grateful
I was
Dead. They
thinking the
called
one dude.
Pigpen.
I almost think of his
He
name.
died when he
The
was
actual actor.
27. Not so much.
I
Hey,
thought
perfect.
Pigpen
Great.
had a little bit rounder of a face.
Well, when he was young, that's what he looked like.
Okay. I only seen him basically in like 69, 70 and, you
He
know,
started getting
those
bloated.
early
He was,
pictures.
I think he drank like a few
The
fists
alcohol.
a day. Yeah. He
Yeah.
was one of those guys. He just drank himself to death by the time he was 27. The
Okay, as
magic
far as
number
our
for a
contact
bunch of
switch
people.
go, I just spent 2 hours on the phone with the biggest marijuana smuggler in American history a couple weeks ago. Fucking, you guys want to hear a badass story? Check out Eagles channel on Saturday night. Plug. Tim McBride's gonna be on there. The saltwater cowboy. Fucker smuggled millions of pounds into this great country back in the day.
Interesting. You know what? It's going to take me too long to find that. I was going down a rabbit hole of the guy that I thought that looked like. Never mind. Ladies and gentlemen, I guess in about 20 seconds, I'll say go, and that'll be the 20. And put your fucking names in the chat. I don't know about something. What am I going to give out?
Wait, I got one more
Thinking about
giant
someone.
one here. This one is huge.
Wait,
I don't
somebody
even know
who
what
the fuck
wall
is
I'm gonna
coughing.
find.
All right, I'm going to mute you, Captain. Jesus, too much noise. Go for it, bud.
I might be upside down, but just to give you a scale, that's the
Go
floor.
for it. Cheers, folks. Happy 420.
That's like 5 feet tall, I think.
Oh, nice.
I think it's supposed to go this way. Let me turn it the right way.
Friend of mine would like it. Looks like keep English.
Hope your dick is showing.
Right. Nice. Right
Yeah.
on. I like it.
And when you have to be able to just look at it in person, there's more to it. Like there's he has little things. If you look
That one
deep, there's
definitely is more psychedelic for sure.
yeah.
I want to see your Viking glass mushroom collection.
I like it.
Or were they Blanco mushrooms?
So hopefully, folks, you did hear me. Put your name in the chat. You still have about a minute to put something in the chat. Can be anything. Can be duck. Can be goose. Can be a word of warning. Could be what you're smoking on, ladies and gentlemen. What you're puffing on. That would be fun to hear. Could be a performance review for the evening, ladies and gentlemen. Did you think it was a thumbs up or a thumbs down or a thumbs up your ass? Inquiring minds would like to know. Still about 40 seconds, ladies and gentlemen, to put your names in the chat. We'll be giving out something very unusual, ladies and gentlemen. There's very little of this in the world. I may or may not breed this again. I really like the Sauron females, but the Sauron male that I found, granted, I really rushed that process. I mean, that was just my fault. The more I think about it, the stupider I feel it was. But the Sauron females so far have been great. I've actually liked all of them. So I'm definitely going to work on that strain more. This is the TO to the Black Prince Ruby. So I thought it was going to basically be part of that basket weave that I've talked about, bringing in stronger genetics. So I really still think that's true because the flower is wonderful. We'll go back to the process, but I guess you guys will get a chance to get something quite rare, honestly. So, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be what it is. And boom, I guess that's it. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to pull the participants. I don't think there's all that many. Holy cannoli, there's really not that many. So you guys have really good time. Where the fuck did I put the duck race? Yeah. Yeah, 420, I don't see your name in there. All right, I'm going to put your name in there because last time you were complaining. This time,
He's not in chat, he said.
He said that, yeah. And he was like, but he was complaining because he was like, no, we want to know what the feeds. Where are we at? Where's the fucking duck race? Okay, here we go. There it is. My favor to you, Captain 420, is that I'm going to put your name in there.
No, Fumi, I was
I'm in top chat, that's
actually
why I can't see me.
asking you to send me the seeds that Bud won so I could finally get one seeds from bud, because I'm still waiting on the original
So
ones.
in other words,
I
you were being a
wanted.
smart ass. I got you. I see.
Yeah, I was being
Weren't
a
you
total
just
smart
at Bud's
ass.
like a week ago?
No, I was in LA and he's down south.
I thought you were both at
Masonics, which is in
Masonic.
LA. But Bud lives a few hours south.
Well, he wasn't at Masonic?
And I live in Ohio.
Whack. That Denver, don't you know by now? Holy cow, I would figure you'd be more experienced at the duck racing than this. Can't blow all your energy. That Denver's like, God damn it, I
Shot
know.
the load quick.
I mean, you get excited. I know.
Net and a tie girl.
He just crop dusted everyone.
Now, Captain, I'll look hard because I know it's in one of these piles because it's a Mean Gene pack. At first, you won Lime One Jarro, which tonight, just in a conversation in Ned Denver, reminded me that he ended up getting the Lime One Jarro and has him going. He texted me about it. But then you didn't like lime, which I know, you know. And then I switched yours to, what was it? Something Jarro. It might be.
She's.
I don't know. I know what the
damn.
bottle looks like. It says Freeborn on it.
All I really want, Bud, is the free seed T-shirt.
I got that right on the table right there. And
I
maybe
couldn't
tomorrow.
believe I forgot
You
that
sent me
one.
the address in the DM, right?
I sent it to you, yeah, a couple days ago.
Maybe tomorrow I'll motivate when I go to town and get it together. I will. I got all the packaging right
Shout out
there.
to Vengus. He just sent me some seeds too.
And I think I know what stack where that pack is. I just have to go look through 50 things that stacked up on top of it. That's the deal.
Apparently the quack is making a dog bark.
No, my dog.
If you got some auto flowers laying around, you can throw them in there too.
I'll throw some of those. I got those. You know, when I was cleaning up the plants and working tonight, in that mix of new plants from seeds that are on the tables, the one I'm got my eye on the most is from Kaya. It's the first time I've grown any of his here, the Pacific Northwest root guy. But it's his watermelon sour.
Holy cannoli.
Crop into the coffee.
Holy cow.
But even though I won't have my
fingers
done in time for the contest James Loud is having June 1st, he sent all the people in at this genetics that it's called Loud Loops. And it's feminized and was just 5 seeds, but those plants look good. And then the other plants that I only put in 1 gallon when they sprouted are the blueberry from Mean Gene. And yeah, maybe those are going to be good.
Yeah, I mean, Gene is solid. I don't think I've ever heard anything bad from him.
I got some Loud's TKO by Blueberry Muffin right here.
That could be nice.
Yeah, I'm trying to like limit myself to just these projects until I run them out, take clones, pheno hunt them, whatever, before I like jump into picking anything else. Because last couple years, I would get another project going and another one going, and then at a certain point, it became insane. So now that I'm trying to just do like 1 or 2 or like at a time, all the way through. You know what I mean? Make the choice: either keep it, not keep it, find a pheno you're gonna keep, grow it out, decide before I crack something else.
Got some Loud's Jelly Bean Blueberry Muffin too.
Sweet. Well, gentlemen, I think we're going to adjourn. We're going to reconvene tomorrow. You guys are welcome to join us, by the way. We're going to be chatting with Romulan Genetics tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, for episode 1 of High Noon Safety Meeting. Hope you guys will all join us. Tell your friends, very literally, do please tell your friends. I'm not joking at all, because we're on this backup channel at the moment. I'll probably have to, as far as I can tell, I'll probably have to set up a couple more backup channels in the future. So ladies and gentlemen, prepare for someday I'll tell you more channels to sign up for. But in the meantime, please do tell your friends, because, you know, of course, YouTube fucking won't. So ladies and gentlemen, please subscribe. Please tell your friends to subscribe. Please subscribe with your other alternate profiles. I'm sure that'll help in some way. I'm not sure how, but I'm sure it does. And in the meantime, do join us, ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow at High Noon Safety Meeting, noon Pacific time. So whatever you guys' time is, or what your guys' time is, please take a look. Noon Pacific Standard Time. Same time for Bud and me, and of course Green Fingers and a few other people, and Flora Nugs, of course, he's not on right now, but of course East Coast time for D and a few other people, of course, is different.
3 p.m.
Anyway, what's that, gentlemen? I didn't hear who said what.
I said specific time.
Specific time, you'll have to figure out. Exactly. Maybe it's
3
4.5.
p.m.
You never know. Could be 4.5 Pacific time. Who the fuck knows? Gentlemen, who wants to say their goodbyes? What do you figure?
I'll hop off first here.
For Bud.
I'm gonna do a little cross promotion. Tell everyone, check out Eagle Gardens on Saturday. It's gonna be a hell of a tale. The guy's gonna talk about what it was like to smuggle millions of pounds into this country. Should be pretty epic.
I like a fun show. And we're working on it, by the way. No promises as to when, but hopefully I'll be on Eagles at some point in the near future as well. So, here's Ryan. Good to see you, buddy.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah, and
Sweet.
it was great.
I look forward to
Somehow
it.
For Bud.
I managed to do my work while I was on the show instead of wait till after, which sometimes is later than I feel like working. And it's only 11:30, and I can chill out. This is great.
Yeah,
And I'll check out the show tomorrow too.
Cheers, Bud.
Nice chatting with everyone.
See you, Bud.
Peace, bud.
When Florida Dogs is here, he's just in the background, maybe sleeping or resting, or perhaps dabbing. We'll give him a chance, just in case he's listening in the background, to walk back to the computer. Christophe, nous quittons, mon ami, à matin 13 heures, non, 2 heures. Oh, merde, ça c'est français malheur, moment. In French. Christophe, demain, midi, mon heure. Tu comprends? Midi, mon heure. À toi, ça c'est peut-être 9. Non. 21. 21 heures. Tu comprends? N'écoutez pas. You're muted. Pas de son, Christophe. He's working on it. Is it me that doesn't hear it? No, I don't think it is.
No, I don't hear anything.
Well, hopefully Christophe understands. Christophe, dommage. Matin, mon ami. Nous avons parlé avec Romulan Genetics. He probably knows what Romulan Genetics is. Captain 420, go for it, buddy.
Well, thanks again, Fumi, for another wonderful night.
Now we got Christophe. Hold on for 1 second, Captain 420.
No
Christophe,
problem.
tu écouter?
Oui.
Pardon?
J'ai bien compris, c'est 1 heure.
Parfait, parfait. À bientôt, Christophe.
C'est ça. Voilà. Ok. Thank you for the lien Discord, hein, Fumidor, encore.
Cheers, buddy.
Okay.
Cheers.
Okay. Thank you.
À matin, mon ami.
Bye, bye, Fumidor.
Cheers, buddy.
Puis, bientôt.
À bientôt, buddy. Cheers, bud. Go for it, Captain.
Well, thanks for having another wonderful night out here. Hope everybody in chat had a good one. Thanks for sticking around. Remember to hit that like button, and maybe I could remember 3 p.m. tomorrow and I'm not too busy.
Set an alarm, Captain. You have a smartphone, I bet you. Just tell Siri or whoever the fuck your smartphone is working. You got to think that Apple is working on one of these chatbots, right? Like, you got to think they're going to have an Apple chatbot that would supposedly be superior. At least they're going to want it to be superior to all the other ones. Well, who knows, of course. Cheers, Captain 420. Good to see you, buddy.
Peace.
Ladies and gentlemen, I guess that leaves us. Since I do think that these are probably the most committed people, ladies and gentlemen, I think I'm not going to bore you with a full commercial on my website, ladies and gentlemen, but it would be helpful if you guys did check out the website. I don't know why I keep like stuttering. I think I'm like, my mouth is dry. Anyway, but go check it out, ladies and gentlemen, fumidoro.com. It's that time of year, basically, to plant seeds here in the Northern Hemisphere. I have quite a few seeds that I would very much recommend to you. Of course, I'm biased, I'm partial, but I have gotten really good results from customers, really good feedback, really good, what's the word I'm looking for? Yeah, I guess feedback, basically, from customers. I don't get complaints, ladies and gentlemen. It's one of the ways that I'm able to, I guess, cheat and have a rock solid guarantee. I really don't get any complaints, so it doesn't basically cost me a fucking dime to have this wonderful guarantee. Of course, I hope that doesn't bite me in the ass at some point in the future, but I joke because obviously I'm not a fucking dumbass. At least I don't think I'm a dumbass, and I don't have any intention of releasing garbage. There's been plenty of times where I had seeds I could have released that could have been like, halfway amazing, halfway garbage. Who the fuck knows? Easier just to throw that shit in the garbage because it's not worth risking your reputation. So anyway, like I said, it's basically easier to run a guarantee like that when you have good seeds. Anyway, gentlemen, I'm maybe being a cocky asshole right now, but I'm serious though, when I actually take the breeding seriously. Perhaps you think I joke a lot about your mama and everything else, and your mama does appreciate it, but I know that the seeds don't appreciate being joked with, ladies and gentlemen, so I take those quite seriously. What was I going to say? Join us, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be here in a little bit over 12 hours. I guess 12 and a half hours. That's the part that I couldn't figure out how to say in French. It's like 12 and a half. Oh, I guess that's actually easy to say now. And I think about it. No, I don't know how to say half. Shit. It's at the tip of my fucking tongue. Also, that's what she said. Demi, 2h30. Shit, something like that. 12 and a half. How would you say 12 and a half? 2h30. Fuck, I was right. All right. Well, anyway. Ladies and gentlemen, 2h30. If you are a French speaker. If you are not, then you're like, fuck. You're welcome, ladies and gentlemen. That's this show for you. We're going to be talking to Romulan genetics. Turns out Worf was wrong. You guys are big old fans of originally Star Trek The Next Generation, but then a bunch of Star Trek movies, and then, of course, other shows that he was on, like Deep Space Nine, and I think others. If you're big fans of Worf, he always said that Romulans could not be trusted. Turns out he was wrong, at least as far as this Romulan goes, ladies and gentlemen. Turns out he can be trusted. Very cool guy, good friend of the show at this point, excellent genetics, spectacular photographer, really chill breeder. So, ladies and gentlemen, basically aces on, we're going to have to think of a fourth thing to praise him, and then basically say that he's pretty much I'm too stoned apparently now, a full house. There we go. Why does my brain not work anymore? Anyway, that's not a very good joke anyway. Well, it's okay, but it needs work. It needs work, ladies and gentlemen. But in the meantime, what does not need work is his genetics. They're solid as a fucking rock. There we go. We're back to making sense again. Come check us out, my friends, tomorrow at noon my time. So that's Pacific Standard Time. If you guys are on the East Coast, that would be 3 hours later, so 3 p.m. probably. If you guys are in Europe, some of you guys are in Europe, and one of the intentions of having this kind of daytime show is that we'll get a lot of different people throughout the day. The evening shows were great for us, but they were already kind of shitty for the evening people. I'm sorry, for the East Coast people, because basically 7 my time, arguably a little bit too early. It's always been on my mind, like, fuck, it's too early to start a cannabis show at 7 p.m., blah, blah, blah. A lot of people are barely coming home from work. It's already 10 o'clock on the East Coast. You can't win, ladies and gentlemen. It's a fucking... Oh, wait. There's probably someone in the chat here that is a flat earther. They probably have a way to win. Let us know. But in the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, the rest of us that orbit a globe or live on a round globe, you can't fucking win with these goddamn daylight hours. Son of a bitch. Now I'm fucking gonna start pour me a drink. Now I'm quoting Nathaniel Radcliffe. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know where this show is going. Well, we never know where the show is going, basically, at the end of the show here. Just fucking meanders, careens, basically, from one disaster to another until I finally pull the plug. But in the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, do check out my website. I think I was going to talk about that earlier, and then I started careening into other shiny rocks or shiny obstacles or something, whatever I was careening to. See, I'm a terrible driver apparently, because I'm actually aiming for obstacles now. That's not how you drive. Ladies and gentlemen, go take a look at Pacifica Days. I would really recommend that. Probably about a 70-day cross, something like that. The mom is wonderful. The Oaxacan Thunderfuck. Going to be breeding more with that one in the future. I really like it. Got that one from Everything is Overhyped. He lives now in, what do they call it? Big Sky Country out in the Midwest, ladies and gentlemen, in Montana. Looking forward to see what he has. I think he grew some lovely weed last year, but I honestly don't remember what strains he grew. Always a pleasure to see his weed when he grows it. Great selections that he made over the years. He pulled out a wonderful Oaxacan Thunderfuck. You're going to hear more from the Goji Pie. I always almost say the Goji OG, but the Goji Pie that he gave me years ago now. Isn't that amazing? Anyway, it's amazing to me. Probably not amazing to you. You're like, oh, it's not amazing for you. It's amazing to me, ladies and gentlemen. But in the meantime, time passes too fast is what's amazing to me. He also gave me something else. He also gave me the forum cut. And for some reason, I'm just like not 100, maybe 110% sure that that's the forum cut. So I ended up I still have that forum cut, but, and it's good weed, but I'm just like, is that the forum cut? I don't blame Everything is Overhyped. I just feel like I'm not 100% sure. It's just one of those situations where you scratch your head. I've grown it a few times and it looks like it, but it reminds me so much of my sugar tits, my keeper sugar tits, that it just weirds me out. Like I always have to check the tag. I'm like, this is not what? But when you smoke it, you're like, what? So anyway, I ended up getting the what is it, the ethos cut, I guess, the forum cut, whatever the fuck, doesn't matter. I'm talking out loud. I don't know what I'm talking about. See, this show is just all over the place. Ladies and gentlemen, that will be bred with in the future. But in the meantime, what am I talking about? I was talking about Oaxacan. Yeah, I don't know why I'm talking about cookies now. I'm talking about Oaxacan Thunderfuck, ladies and gentlemen, crossed to the Highland Thai Coot Special. I do always think that name was a practical joke, but hey, whatever. We know that Coot is a little bit of a practical joker. Let's just leave it at that. In the meantime, though, ladies and gentlemen, the weed is exceptional. I can tell you that, though, for sure. I like to call it the untamed sativa of that Highland Thai Kerala cross. Really narrow leaf drug cultivar energy there, ladies and gentlemen, on the male side. Also pretty good yield, frankly, really good yield. A little bit on the fluffy side as those kind of sativas go. So really looking forward to the hard nug Oaxacan Thunderfuck, giving basically a beautiful mix of great yield, great vigor. I think that exceptional vigor from that Highland Thai Kerala is going to really help with that Oaxacan Thunderfuck, and you're going to have an absolute skullfucker. I could have named a strain a skullfucker, but that's difficult to put on a label without people going, In the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, you could probably call that the AKA of the Pacifica days, ladies and gentlemen. I prefer to think of the lazy Pacifica days, but it's going to be a strong one. I'll be honest with you. Another really strong one, limited, I don't have it in front of me, limited supply on, well, I guess all of them technically are limited, but more limited on Oblivion, very much less yield on that one, so don't snooze on that one. That's going to be probably the first one to disappear. What was I going to say? And then, of course, don't snooze, ladies and gentlemen, on gaffer tape. That's GG4, the Josie Wales cut, not just some shit on the street somewhere, not an autoflower I picked up somewhere. No offense now that I say that, I didn't mean offense to Smashed. I mean to say that it is literally the GG4 Josie Wales cut. And then I crossed that, of course, the same Highland Thai Kerala. So again, exceptional yield, exceptional terpene content on that one. It's going to be incredibly earthy and spicy and cedar woody, sandalwoody from that mom, the incredible lemon cleaners from the dad. That's going to combine in some magical ways. It's going to be an absolute skull thumper there too. Really, really exceptional yield, I think I mentioned already, and pretty predominantly green weed, I guess, now that I think about it. So take that as you will. Some people want purple, some people don't want purple. I'm pretty willing to bet that that's going to be green all the way down the board. If you did want purple, go check out Black Soma Morgana, ladies and gentlemen. That's going to be a skull thumper as well, I think. People are going to enjoy that one. Morgana is really, she's strong. People think that she's going to be just a giggly goofball, but she hits hard. But again, in that kind of uplifting way, that's how I select for weed. Ladies and gentlemen, if you want shorter crosses, go take a look at Morgana V2, and I think you'll be happy with it. Take a look, ladies and gentlemen, and don't forget to use the coupon code TROLOLO to say 2 middle fingers right up to the people who would like to destroy this channel and get me to quit. I'm sure that's the goal, and I'm sure they laugh every time they get my channel shut down. I'm sure they laugh every time they slow my sales down. I'm sure they laugh every time they get me frustrated. But I realize, honestly, that essentially that's all they can do in life. I wish them exactly the life that they have, and no more and no less. Honestly, they get what they deserve, I think. In the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, the rest of us are going to try to live our lives the best that we can. We're going to try to, in my case anyway, make and sell good cannabis seeds. I mean, that's my goal, honestly, with this, essentially this channel now. I love wonderful weed. I'd love to share that passion with you guys, and I don't think that's too much to ask to be able to do that. I don't even know. I don't think I have to ask permission. I don't think I have to fucking beg, borrow, or steal. I think I just honestly have to produce a really good product and convince you guys to sell it. I don't think I'm stepping on anyone's fucking toes, and it amazes me that anybody has a problem with that. But hey, we're just going to move on with our lives, ladies and gentlemen, and do our things that we do. I hope you guys do too. I hope you guys have hobbies and interests and passions. Hope you guys have significant others that you are fond of and spend time with, perhaps pets and kids and everything else that you guys spend time on, and not that you guys spend time hate watching a show that you don't like, or just fucking bitching about something or whatever else. It's easy to get frustrated or stuck in negative emotions. There's all kinds of explanations for that. There's all kinds of good reasons why people get stuck in those kinds of things. But when you think about it, we're all intelligent adults here, I think. When you think about it, you can pull yourself out of a hole if you really know to do so. You know, we were talking about tobacco, nicotine, everything else earlier. You can pull yourself out of nicotine, right? I was a smoker for many years. I pulled myself out of that. Ladies and gentlemen, you can pull yourself out of being a fucking asshole if you want to. Honestly, I think people are capable of change. So if you find yourself being a fucking asshole right now, if you've been an asshole to me, if you've been an asshole to others, you can pull yourself out of that. You can just go choose to do something else, find a hobby, find something else, find a girlfriend, find a boyfriend, find a favorite food to eat. I don't even know. Something, ladies and gentlemen. Find something that will pull you out of just the morass of assholeness that you found yourself in. Because I can tell you, spending 2.5 years trashing a tiny channel like mine doesn't make you much more than a fucking asshole. So when you look in the mirror, I wish you your life, and that's all. In the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, coupon code TROLOLO to, in the meantime, even though I do wish that person their life, fuck them very much with both middle fingers. Found a great friend the other day. You find keepers rarely in life. When someone will flip off an enemy with you, you know you found a keeper. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, that's indeed right, Ned Denver. Pull yourself out of an asshole if it's yours or others. I don't know, that sounds really weird. We're just going to leave it at that. Sounds like Confucius instead of, that's actually kind of good. Instead of Confucius, it's Confucius. Pull yourself out of asshole. And that's a Soviet. For some reason, I can only do Soviet accents. Anyway. Thank you, Ned Denver, for pulling us back out of where we just were, the dark morass of Ryan Gorkowski's dreams. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be talking to Romulan genetics tomorrow at high noon for our safety meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, pull yourselves out. I can't stop making jokes about it. Anyway, take a break, ladies and gentlemen, from the workday, the extensive whatever you do. I don't know. Perhaps you guys sit at a desk or click clack at a keyboard, or I don't know, hopefully nothing in high wires, because I, of course, would not condone you guys coming back to work stoned if that's the case. But hopefully whatever you're doing is appropriate to be stoned out, ladies and gentlemen. But if you are, please come join us. You can, of course, join us sober. You don't actually have to smoke weed with us. You could laugh while we smoke weed. You could drink orange juice or, excuse me, tea with honey and lemon. I don't know, whatever you do to pass the time during the day. But join us, ladies and gentlemen, for the high noon safety meeting. We'll be chatting with Romulan. I think he will be smoking weed and inhaling, as I will be as well, hopefully. Of course, hemp blends only, ladies and gentlemen, for the sake of legality. And ladies and gentlemen, next week will be Gage Green Genetics. I'm sorry, Gage Green Group. Fuck, I gotta get his name straight. All right, next week we're gonna ask him exactly how to address him. Fang from Gage Green was on the show, honestly, too long ago, like month and a half ago, honestly, something like that. So we had a great talk with him last time. It's going to be a shorter chat with him during the day next week, so short and sweet on these Wednesday shows. But hopefully that'll be its own kind of fun thing. So instead of having the long form discussions, which I hope won't go away, I just know that me being the only booker at the moment, it's a little bit much to find 2 guests every week at the moment. So we'll see about guests on Tuesdays. But I would like very much for there still to be a longer guest on Tuesdays, short form discussion on Wednesdays. And then we'll see. We'll see about Wednesdays. I was serious about maybe every other week for game night. We'll see how it goes, because I know that D doesn't necessarily want to do 2 takeovers. Can't fucking blame him for that. So we'll see how it goes. If anybody listening in would like to do a takeover, even let's say 1 or 2 Wednesdays a week, I am interested in your proposal. So if you'd like to apply within, I guess not within here, I guess, but that doesn't make any sense. But just DM me or something. If you're on Instagram, DM me. I hate to always say that because sometimes I don't follow people back. I don't hope that's not, I can't follow everybody, but sometimes people get stuck in the message requests. Where people do not get stuck in message requests is fumidor@chronictable.com. Please email me at fumidor@chronictable.com. I would be very receptive. Hopefully you're not someone off the street, because I'd be less receptive there. But if you're a regular that I know, I'm not going to single you guys out, because I don't want you to be like, oh my God. But if you guys would like to, I'd be happy to entertain the idea of you doing a takeover. That'd be kind of fun. Anyway, ladies and germs, microaggressions. Been thinking about that since Charlie's Farm said that. I mean, I don't know. I have my opinions. I don't know. I had a friend, we'll just say, who was maybe a little, well, I guess I could say an ex-girlfriend who was a little bit overzealous, I thought, sometimes with that kind of stuff, and would sometimes, I felt, scold me in a way to like teach me, and I'm like, I'm kind of on your side, that kind of thing. I was like, that gets a little grating, right? I think everyone perhaps knows what I'm talking about, but at the same time, is that just part of the process of absorbing that information? Because there are times where you realize you've adapted over life, and then you realize you said stupid shit that was probably offensive. The amount of times when I was a kid where I said, oh, that's fucking retarded. I still catch myself to this day say, that's fucking retarded. That's pretty offensive, actually. That's pretty offensive. Like, there's no reason to say that. I mean, my excuse was always, well, you know, I knew music and blah, 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 whatever. And, you know, retardando is basically slow, right? Or retard, or whatever. It basically means to be slow. Okay, everyone knows you're not actually making a sophisticated musical joke. You're actually basically, essentially making fun of disabled people. So that's not cool. So I catch myself trying not to at least say that. Nobody wants to be fucking, made fun of. I've said before that I have a habit of saying that's lame. And I knew what it was like to actually walk with a cane. I said this, I've said this many times. I guess I try not to say it too often. I don't like to gloat on injuries or anything. I don't like to gloat about injuries, but I had a spine injury years ago. It wasn't one of those things that, you know, like, oh, whatever doesn't kill you makes you strong. No, there's a lot of things that make you weaker and don't necessarily make you stronger. But anyway, I had a spine injury and I actually walked with a cane for a couple, 3-4 years, maybe 3 years, something like that. And I definitely know what it was like. Actually, for a little while, I was almost paralyzed, very, very just by a fucking whisker. I was not paralyzed. And for 5 months, I walked with a walker, and I didn't know that I'd be able to walk again. Honestly, I didn't know, even with the non-paralysis, I didn't know if I'd be able to walk normally again. So I definitely knew what it was like to be quote unquote lame. So, and I knew what it was like. It was infuriating. I just kind of decided not to get a handicap placard, and in retrospect I kind of regretted that many times. But I don't know how many times I was at Costco or something on a hot day in July, and it's fucking 100 degrees or 97 degrees outside, and I'm walking across the parking lot because the whole parking lot is full, and I'm dripping fucking sweat because it's very challenging to walk. In a walker, you're already just fucking weak. And then I see some 19-year-old kid getting out of their grandpa's Mercedes with a handicap placard in the handicap spot. Yeah, you could say it was, blood boiling and stuff, you know what I mean? So when someone jokes about lameness or whatever, I can understand how that could be offensive for somebody. So I don't know. It's a fine line because humor exists in the boundaries of kind of taboo and non-taboo, right? So you can never basically stop making fun of taboo things, or you just would stop really being funny, kind of. Not necessarily. I mean, there are clean jokes, but I don't know, I'm just kind of talking out loud at this point. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to bounce because otherwise I'll just be talking until the next 20, and then Atomic is going to laugh all the way to the bank. I don't know if you can cash that, but it would be good if it would be cool if it could. If you can, Atomic, split it with me, I guess. But in the meantime, fucking Nightbot is really overzealous. Nightbot really doesn't. Okay, basically, Hillbilly Herd was making fun of Nightbot's mom. Nightbot takes it personally. Apparently, we learned that now. Who the heck are you, my evil twin? Stop spamming symbols. That's kind of entertaining. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to mess with Nightbot in the future. Hopefully it does not gain sentience and crush us all in a tragic reverse civil war or something. I don't know, like a Matrix scenario. That'd be bad. We'll have to call Keanu if that happens. In the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure we can solve everybody's problems by using, what was the coupon code again? It was Trololo in chat. It is coupon code Trololo for 30%, 33% off, ladies and gentlemen, at Fumidoro.com. Normally, the coupon code is BRAINS, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, D, always, for participation in the show, for participating, for being actually the head moderator, by the way. If you guys didn't know, he's the head moderator. He has powers that even the rest of you do not have, so do not test D Zombie. And I don't even know what his powers are. So, ladies and gentlemen, don't test it. It might be lightning or something. I don't know. We have yet to test it. Should be scared, ladies and gentlemen. In the meantime, thank you, though, D. If he's listening in, he's probably sleeping right now and snoring. So thank you. In your dreams, he's like, brains. Brains for 14% off, or if you'd like to save more money, which I would very much recommend, Trollolo at the moment, ladies and gentlemen, for 33% off, because fuck the trolls very much. And also tell your friends, ladies and gentlemen. And other than that, I think we're going to fucking bounce because I feel like I'm just repeating myself at this point, which is probably exactly what I'm doing. Thank you very much, Brett Anderson. Good to see you. I do too. Isn't that a funny thing? Where I was just talking about that to somebody the other day. It's not like I don't like the sunrise or anything like that. I'm not a fucking psychopath, but I have to be honest. I enjoy the night. I don't know. It's like a secret time just between me and whatever I'm doing. I don't know. Kind of a funny thing. I swear I'm not a vampire. Of course, is what a vampire would say. Cheers, green fingers, you lucky dog, you. I'm looking forward to having you grow some of my gear. I hope you're going to grow some of it. Let's see here. Hillbilly Herb still hanging. Good to see you, buddy. Dankabus Kind, good to see you as well. I hope this is not rude to point. It probably is, but I guess we're going to hopefully ask for your permission or for your forgiveness. Better to ask for forgiveness than permission. There we go. Cheers, Atomic Spoon. Always a pleasure. Ned Denver in the house. Cheers, my friend. Many other people. Ryan Gorkowski. Other people, things and stuff. Christoph, as always, big force. Cheers, my friends. Be kind, be decent, be gentle. Puff something wonderful, my friends. And remember, ladies and germs, to tell other people, because otherwise the channel will be, people will be like, where the fuck did Fumi go again? Because I literally am not allowed to say anything on that channel. I'm basically banned from saying anything for a week. So thank you very much to the people who reported it for absolutely frivolous fucking reasons. They pretended like we sell drugs on the channel. We do not sell drugs. For anyone who's fucking listening, we do not sell any kind of fucking drugs on the channel. I don't know why we have to keep saying that. It goes without fucking saying that we do not sell drugs on the channel. Some prick basically ratted that we do. So fuck that guy very much. And ladies and gentlemen, until we meet again, thanks very much for hanging, and be chill. Later, Gators.